you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to flpdjobs.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
There we go. Welcome aboard, folks. Time to rock and roll. Hope you all are doing well out there on a beautiful Wednesday morning. Welcome to the show. We got a loaded show for you. We got a lot of things going on. Obviously, it is Wednesday, so you know the Inside the Paint program, the Slowman's Inside the Paint show will be starting at 9:10 today. All right, so they're going to start a little late. They're a little bit on Cuban time, so we normally start around 8:45. So we started at 8:55 today. So all those kind of things. So we've got to get everything going for you all. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you're hanging in there on a beautiful Wednesday. We got the Panthers last night getting it done, which was a beautiful thing. It was nice. It was one of those things yesterday or last night. If you're watching the Panther game, and you know you look at it and you go, okay, wait a minute, this is kind of tight, and this is the fifth game on the trip. So you want to, kind of make sure that they, pull it off. And good thing is they were able to pull it off. Once they got that fifth goal last night and they made it 5-3, I was able to kind of like breathe a little bit. I don't know about you guys, but that's kind of what happened to me. I was able to breathe at least, that was okay. I can feel a little better right now about the situation because it's 5-3. It was 4-3. I was like, and empty arenas. They, I know they have their thing going on in Canada, and obviously we've got a pandemic and everybody's got their own rules and the way they're trying to attack this thing. But man, you watch an empty arena and it just hockey's not made for that. That's kind of like when I'm watching it, and I get it when we were full blown into the pandemic and nobody was going to events and every stadium and arena was empty. And I that was, but now that we've gone back to watching stadiums with people in it and stuff, when you see an empty one, like I watched last night, it was just kind of, it took away a little bit from the game, the atmosphere, because there was no atmosphere, right? I mean, it's just not the same. So that's the only thing that kind of sucked yesterday in watching that game. All right. So we got a lot of things to talk about. Joe Shad, by the way, will join us in hour number 2 of the program. The boys, of course, will be ready and talk a little basketball. They'll talk, I'm sure, a little Miami Heat, a little NBA with you all. And remember, the chat board's going on. So you've got an opportunity there to reach out to Ira and Clay. If you have a question, you can just put it right there on the chat board. Clay and Ira do a really good job of going, and checking the chat board. So if you guys do have questions, make sure you send it in there. All right. Chapman, I see, is number 1 on the chat board. Says, why do I get the feeling the Dolphins are going to drop the ball again with the new coaching hire? Well, I will say this. I mean, if there's any truth to the Giants bringing back Flo for a second interview, I don't know, man. I was just thinking about this. So did Reggie McKenzie go up there and say, oh, no, yeah, Flo's a great guy. Yeah, no, he's fantastic. Did they plant the seed? Did they sucker the Giants? Because I'm thinking about this. If it looks like Caldwell is going to Chicago because of the Polian influence over there, and then you've got the Giants situation, we thought maybe they would bring Dable because they hired the guy from the Bills, but all of a sudden Flo, they're saying like they want to talk to Flo again. So I'm kind of crossing my fingers going, dude, hire Flo, please hire Flo. So then at least if I don't get Caldwell, I mean, out of the other guys that haven't had the opportunity, Dable would be the guy that I would take a chance on because he knows he's been around the league. He kind of falls into that category that I told you that at least he's bounced around in so many places that maybe he's developed a Rolodex too. And he's willing to work with them. I don't know, man. And listen, maybe he sees in Tua what a lot of us that are believers see in Tua, that he can play, that he can be the quarterback, but you've got to set the offense up the right way. You can't use players and put them in positions that they're not, capable of doing. And maybe that's the case right now. So maybe he sees it the way I see it, that if you get the line and the running game going, all of a sudden things will change. You know what I mean? For this team, because you'll have a guy that can, throw the football and with accuracy and move the offense. Now, is he going to be throwing 80-yard bombs? No, that's not who he is. But he can throw 40 and 50-yard bombs, and more than happy they could end up as 80-yard touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? But you've got to have the right offense. So I'm just wondering, does this become, in a way, a blessing in disguise? That if Flo does end up with the Giants and Caldwell ends up with Chicago, does that give Miami the opportunity to get Dable? Because everybody, in the media was assuming, and fans, that just because they hired the Bills guy in the Giants, that they were going to hire Dable right away, and then they don't. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So we'll find out. We're going to, again, listen, all we can do is sit here and wait. It's all we can do. You and I have zero control over anything going on right now with this team. So what do you expect us to do? You know what I'm saying? By the way, bright and early, a little Nature B for you. I've been taking Nature B for 20 years. There's the code right there. Big O, folks, 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals. I've been taking this for 20 years, okay? And for some people, it does great for energy. For others, it boosts your immune system. For others, it does it all. Okay. And that's what I love about Nature B. For me, I love that it protects my immune system. I rarely ever get a cold. The only time I really end up with a cold is if I fall asleep and my mouth is open and nothing can prevent me from getting a cold then at that point. Because if I breathe in cold air on a consistent basis, boom, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? But that's the one thing. That's it. But I hang around with people with colds. I've been in part of this whole, pandemic that's been going on. And the entire time I've been doing radio shows while the year in 2020, while everybody was all cooped up, and I don't blame them, I was doing 4 remotes a week. Yeah, I was wearing my mask, but I was also wearing my invisible mask, which is Nature B. Okay. And that's what I've been wearing an invisible mask called Nature B for 20 years. So when you hang around people that are sneezing, coughing, and wheezing, you kind of get nervous. I don't get as nervous because I got Nature B. So check it out for yourself, natureb.com. Use the code Big O, folks. 100% money back guarantee. I'm telling you, folks, just 2 capsules is all you need. So Nature B. Oh, by the way, your nails will grow faster. I just had to cut my nails yesterday because the nails grow really fast. Your hair grows really fast too. Okay. So for those of you, the ladies out there, it's great. For guys, if you want to grow your hair, a little Nature B, bro, that'll grow your hair. Okay. So boost that immune system, get the energy, and use my code Big O when you order Nature B. All right. Let's see. Hope the Dolphins don't screw up the head coach hire. Hey, listen, greater good. It's important that they don't screw it up because it sets everything back now. Because then that means you're going to hire a new general manager and a new head coach. Because Chris Grier is not dumb. And neither is Marvin Allen or Reggie McKenzie. None of those guys are dumb. They know they're not going to get the luxury to hire a third coach. They don't have championships under their belts or a championship. If they had one, then maybe they might survive a second coach and get a third coach because that means they won one with the other 2, right? So they say, yeah, we got the wrong one. We won one with the other. We need to go get another guy. You can forgive them for that, right? Correct? I mean, we all would. But because you don't have a playoff trip, you don't have a championship, I'm sure Chris Grier, Marvin Allen, and Reggie McKenzie know that this has to be a home run, to use a baseball term. This has to be a 90-yard bomb. This has to be 2 seconds left. You're at your 1-yard line, and somebody gets behind the defense and you just lay it out there to the 35-yard line and the receiver gets behind the DB and takes it another 65 yards and it's a touchdown. It has to be one of those beautiful plays that you just didn't expect to happen, that you score a touchdown with 13 seconds left, that kind of stuff. It's got to be something of that ilk. So greater good, not just you, my brother or sister, I'm not sure if you're a male or female, but all of us, and including that front office and the ownership group and everything, we all have to hope that this is the home run. Because if not, then we continue in the rut that we've been in for 25 years. So if you care about the Dolphins, if you want the Dolphins to win, you must hope and pray that they get this right. I mean, if you're rooting for them to go to get it wrong, I can't help you as a Dolphin fan because you want to go back to the last 25 years or you want to move forward and become a better team. You know what I'm saying? So let's hope they're able to get it done, man. It would be really, really nice if they're able to win in this department and get the right coach. I mean, it would be I don't think it gets more satisfying if you're able to find the right coach with the GM that you have now. I just think it would be a beautiful thing if you're able to do that, man. It would be awesome if you're able to do that. All right, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program, of course, we'll take you till 1 o'clock. We got the boys coming up. We're going to talk a little basketball with the boys. We're going to get in here. Let's get them in. I think Ira. Did I get him? I think I got him right before he pulled the glasses there. How you doing? You all right?
First of all, Big O, how quick can you grow that damn thing back? It was just a week ago, and Clay is mocking you that you showed up here. It's like you showed up here for your confirmation, and then less than a week back already, you're grunge band again. That to me is impressive. You literally have what they call in the business an overnight beard.
Yeah, I do.
It takes him 6 days. It would take me 6 years.
Yes, I was going to say that next, but I wanted to play that down, Clay, for now. I'm somewhere in between there.
See, but believe it or not,
I was just telling everybody that Nature B helps your hair grow fast.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not lying.
There you go.
All kinds of hair. I had to cut again the hair. So yeah,
I was a pretty overweight kid when I was in high school, and I learned very quickly that if you can make fun of yourself before other people do, then it kind of deflates the air out of the balloon there. So that's why I had to go with the joke with the lack of a growth there. But yeah, man, that's impressive. That's I'm like admiring it from afar now.
It's not that impressive. Really, it isn't, because when you think about it deep, that means you get hair growing out of everywhere.
Okay.
All right.
So when you can do ponytails out of your ears, if you don't trim it for a week, I'm just telling you, it's not as fun as you guys think it is. It's not that impressive to grow all kinds of hair.
I'm laughing because I don't know if you guys saw the SNL.
Talking about self-deprecating, by the way.
Right. I don't know if you guys saw the SNL skit from over the weekend. It was cut for time, but it was mocking First Take from ESPN, and they had the actress who was playing Molly was like, "Come on, guys! People haven't even had their coffee yet, and you're talking about hair coming out of random places." So it's a little too early, I think, to be talking about that. So we apologize for that visual this morning.
And there goes this week's numbers, and next week we'll be sponsored by Keeps. So that's good.
By the way, I was just thinking about this last night, which is kind of crazy because I'm watching the Panthers, and then I'm thinking about the Heat for a second. And I was thinking about this because I've gotten to the point where I started with this team like, all right, I understand on the short term with these older guys, yeah, you can get to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's a possibility. And then as the season's gone on and as all these young guys have developed in this crazy ass depth, I've told you now, I think they can win it all. Actually, I think they're the best team in the East. And I think they got a shot at beating somebody in the West for the title, as deep as they are if they're healthy, obviously. But then I started thinking about this, and it took it to another crazy-ass level. Okay, let's say that Oladipo does come back and he's healthy. We all do realize that every player that wears that uniform plays his best basketball in that uniform. So the best of Oladipo, if he stays healthy, is coming. That's scary, too. I'm just saying.
It's interesting because I just posted Ask Ira at sunsentinel.com about people are freaking out. Tyler Hero's coming back. What's happening to Gabe Vincent? And I'm like, folks, this is not the moment. The moment right now is Tyler Hero's coming back and Kyle Guy isn't playing, and we can all deal with that, speaking of hair. But It's going to be when Victor Oladipo comes back. But I love what Eric Spoelstra talks about rich people problems, and first world problems, and he wants those problems. Eric Spoelstra would love nothing more than telling a very good player he's not going to play that night, because that means instead he's using a very, very good player instead. But you know what? I know it's hard. I know it's a weekly subject. Let's step back on the Victor Oladipo thing, because we just don't know.
I know, but I'm just saying, if he does come back healthy,
like Victor Oladipo, right?
Unlike Victor Oladipo, if he comes back healthy, I'm just saying he will play his best basketball ever, because that's the norm on this franchise.
Well,
and that's how scary it can get.
Yeah, well, no, I don't even know that he has to be 2018 Victor Oladipo.
You're right.
And right. He can be the Victor Oladipo. I said this last week. The Victor Oladipo that we saw in that Lakers game last year before he got hurt. If you get that Victor Oladipo, the sky's the limit for this team. And it's not just he looks explosive. Oh, he looks like he can get to the lane. The defense, man, what he's going to be able to bring, and we can talk about this as the hour rolls on, but the lineup that they can roll out against other potential Eastern Conference contenders, when you're going up against Brooklyn, when you're going up against Milwaukee, and you have the length and the speed and the athleticism that those guys are going to have on the wings and even in the paint with it is scary. And I think that's it. There are a number of ways that Spo can attack these really good teams in the East, and Victor Oladipo could just be, it's not even that they're relying on him to do that. It's that if he comes, it just adds another tool to the toolbox for Spo.
Yep. All right, here we go, baby. It's the Slomans Inside the Paint Show. That's next.
NBA fans, it's time for the Slomans Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Slomans has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Slomans Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome, everybody. Ira Winderman, Clay Ferraro, and you guys really help drive this show, and as always, we appreciate that. Make sure that you smash that like button, drop your comments in the comments section. We'll talk about this stuff as it all rolls on. C-Dollar, let's trash the Knicks, Ira and Clay. It is that day. It is that day that Heat fans look forward to.
And you know what, Clay? And it will be that annoying night when there will be tons of Knicks fans. And my wife asked me, is it still the same with the Knicks? And I tell her it's not only the same, but they're still wearing the same Latrell Sprewell jerseys. I mean, it's like, I hope they washed the things. But, it used to be there was a great current Knick. So they would wear, when they wore the Ewing jerseys, when they wore the Larry Johnson jerseys, when they wore I hate to say the name, the Allen Houston jerseys, at least they were living in the moment. But you will see tonight all these Latrell Sprewell jerseys, all these former Knicks jerseys. And even now, and I know, Clay, you're like me, you read the tabloids in New York, they're ready to throw Julius Randle off the boat. They're ready to move on to the next thing. Wasn't it just a year ago when a radio broadcaster in New York from a different network
was man,
don't get me going on how Chris Bosh can't even measure up with his career to Julius Randle? That's the thing. 1-year wonders are a dime a dozen, Clay, in today's NBA. But the fact that Julius Randle hasn't come back and hasn't backed it up, and the fact that now the New York Post is mentioning, hey, he's trade eligible on February 3rd, and the trade deadline is February 10th, so let's run his ass out of here. It shows you the difference between the transitory or transient NBA teams that have a year here or there. Mm-hmm. They pop up, they pop down. And the teams that routinely and consistently make the playoffs because they have a plan, they have a system, and whether you want to use it with a capital C or a small c, they have a culture.
Yeah, and look, I think we saw in the playoffs last year that talent rises when it really matters. And that Knicks-Hawks series, it was apparent. I mean, the talent difference, which is why I'm not surprised about the Knicks taking a step back this year. Really not at all. I mean, I think we talked about this before the season. I am surprised about the Hawks taking a bit of a step back. But, we are a Heat show, so let's start with that. And somebody asked in the chat, I want to make sure I get the name here. C-Doll asked this too. Kyle Lowry, let's set the stage really quickly. What are you hearing about when Kyle Lowry, Tyler Hero, could potentially be back? When are they eligible? And just kind of set the scene for what the roster could look like over the next few days.
Tyler Hero's playing tonight. They use the question, well, actually probable is what they list him at, because you know the Heat, until you step on the court, it's an unknown. Coming out of protocols, he's basically passed all his protocols. He practiced full with the team yesterday at FTX Arena. Because he's back, Chris Silva will be made ineligible, because it's kind of nice that I think like one of the rare times since I think it was December 23rd or whatever, the Heat don't have someone in protocol. So maybe just like the nation, we're sort of moving past Omicron, we're getting back to a better place. Kyle Lowry is a little bit of a different story. And again, Clay, this almost bothers me. He's out for personal reasons. For most people, that should be enough. I've said beyond that, it's a family issue. That's as far as I'm going to go. That's as far as I should need to go. People who are family men, someone like yourself, a father, a husband, understand there are more important things than what we do. And yet people always bring this up to me, Clay, but he's making so much money, as if that makes a difference, as if you're a less loving father or a loving husband when something happens in the home. So what I was told is this, and it might just be a way of sort of putting it to the side. Where I initially thought Kyle was coming back relatively soon, I'm now told to use the word indefinitely. Now, indefinitely can still mean in a day or two or in a week or two. We don't know. It's a family issue. It's a personal issue. I think that's as far as we need to go. And Clay, just the almost anger from fans. Like, again, unless you're a bachelor, when you were raised an orphan and you don't have any family. If family doesn't come first, I don't know what kind of person you are. I always talk about this. Matter of fact, Clay, I'll go in your business, broadcasters. When you see a broadcaster, he's broadcast his 2,000th straight game. And I always say to myself, he didn't have a wedding or a funeral or a medical situation in his family that was more important than a bunch of guys in short pants throwing a ball through a circle. It just seems like it's all perspective. So people, I understand your consternation. I understand that the last time the Heat have had Kyle Lowry, Jimmy Butler, and we talk about this every week, and Bam Adebayo was November 27th. I understand you constantly pointing to the number 14, not because of Valentine's Day approaching, but because that's the total number of games that Lowry, Butler, and Adebayo have played together. But this is a situation, it will pass. Eventually, you'll get those three together. And again, like Big O was talking in the crosstalk, it might sound arrogant, Clay, but we really are talking about now defining the Heat season based on what they do in the playoffs. Because even 538, I think it has them as like a 98% chance to make the playoffs. So we've moved off of that. There will be a second season, and it will be the defining season then.
I think we've said this for a few weeks, or at least I have. I know. I think your words that you used for a while were contender versus challenger, right? And I think I'm comfortable saying this team is a contender when they're fully together.
And now that we're talking in late January, right. I totally agree. They've built to this point.
So the way the East is right now, the Heat are on top, but you've got two and a half games separating yourself in the two games. So it's not
sixth place, just to fill people in. Right. So 1 through 6 are separated by exactly 2 games. Philadelphia's number 6 are 2 games behind in the win column, 2 games behind in the loss column. So this isn't half games. This isn't played more games. They would have the same record. If Philly won their next 2 and the Heat lost their next 2, the first place team would then have the exact same record as the 6th place team.
So let me just say this. There is I want to use the Bam Adebayo situation with his thumb. When he went out with the thumb injury, I think there was kind of a silver lining there, because I think the knee issue would have been a problem all year long. And they were going to keep trying to get him out there on the floor. And so, look, for everybody that wants Kyle Lowry to come back, and clearly you must have had a lot of people saying that because you're pretty passionate what you just said. I will say this. If you want to look at this from strictly a basketball team perspective, what they're going to be like, Kyle Lowry's body is getting a break during this time. So look, if you want to remove the family part from the equation and look at it from the, I hate to say it, but selfish standpoint of what does this do for my Miami Heat?
Sure.
As the season goes on, the more rest that players can get, that you can steal, is going to benefit you come playoff time. Because the one thing I've seen from this team, Ira, I don't care that they've only played 14 games with those guys together. When they are all together, they are a problem. And I think I don't care as much about where they finish 1 through 6. I do think matchups matter just to avoid that 7 seed. But I'm also pretty confident that as long as they get these guys back, it's not going to matter where they are. And I think they'll find a way. You do want to find a way to get one of those top 4 seeds and home court advantage if you can. But Ira, the way that they've been able to manage all of this, I don't think that you're really all that concerned moving forward, that once they do have everybody together, that it won't gel pretty quickly.
You know what's interesting, Clay, because we both agree they've moved off a challenger to you know, that they're going to be a competitor, that they're going to be, you know, to win a championship. That said, when you look at the standings right now, and you just mentioned, as a matter of fact, top 4, because that's home court in the first round. I think now more than ever, you want to be top 2 for this reason. You want to play a play-in team, because let's say you finish number 3, Clay, which I think you would have said maybe even a month ago, hey, Ira, that's a pretty good seed. I'm not so sure I want to play the Cavaliers in the first round, or the 76ers with Joel Embiid scoring 100 points every time out. But you get to that number 1 or 2 seed, all of a sudden you're playing play-in teams that had to go the extra step, that just like you said with Kyle Lowry, you can rest him, that had to play everything to the wall to the last day of the season, because you got a hell of a group down there. You got Charlotte, you got New York, you have Atlanta right now battling for that. So I think if you can play a play-in team, you're going to have that 5 days off. Your season's going to end on a Sunday. I think it's against Orlando for the Heat. They're not going to play till the following Saturday. Those other teams are going to be fighting and scrapping for their life, especially the number 8 seed, which will have to win at least a couple of games to get in there. So I think now I'm raising the bar on the Heat a little. So yesterday, my son was in the other room watching Winnipeg against the Panthers, and every team was scoring back and forth. He was going, yay, no, yay, no. And for one of the rare times, instead of me watching the home team, I was watching the Brooklyn Nets game against the Lakers, because I knew that impacted the top of the East. I knew it could be a full game difference. So I was focused on that. So I really am, and I don't know if it's premature, Clay. You could tell me this. I am standings watching. And maybe before the All-Star game, that's a bit too arrogant and too wasteful. But the standings in the East, man, they are changing by the minute. And every time I look at that number 6 and see you're only 2 games up on a team so far you've split in your season series against, this is going to be wild and down to the wire. So, Clay, let me put this back on you. If you're the Heat and it's still a mad scramble, late March, early April, are you pushing for the seed, or are you saying to yourself, we still have the 36-year-old power forward, we still have the 35-year-old point guard, we still need perspective? What matters more to you, Clay? Getting a top 2 seed, even locking in top 4, or just making sure that your oldies, your golden oldies, are ready to go for the playoffs?
Well, look, we know the golden oldies are going to be ready to go. I mean, they're always ready to go. That was, by the way, that was one of the first things that I noticed when I came here. I got here in the last year, the Big 3 era. And you're excited to see these guys out there. I remember the first Heat game that I came to cover. I was like, this is amazing. These golden, everybody's like, yeah, they've been here forever. Like, what? This is nothing new. So anyway, golden oldies are awesome. But the Heat golden oldies, to me, it is most important, if you're prioritizing it, to make sure that they're healthy and rested and ready to go. And yet I would say this, I think the Heat would do a good job of managing that as they get towards the end. And I think their training staff is fantastic, to where and you mentioned it a couple of months ago when Bam was going through the knee issues, they have ways of testing guys to figure out if their bodies are reacting positively to the workload, the minutes that they're playing. So to me, first priority, make sure you get there healthy. Sure. But I also think that you want to look at the matchups. And you mentioned the Cleveland Cavaliers. I'm not worried about Toronto. I'm not. I know that was one team that you had mentioned last week as far as the matchups go, because of the length and things like that. They don't have something that scares me. I think you can counteract what Fred VanVleet does because of the long athletic defenders that you have that can make life difficult for him. And none of those other guys really scare me. They're not going to beat you. Right. With Cleveland, the thing that scares me is that you've got somebody in Darius Garland who's fantastic. But if he misses, man, they got 3 gigantic human beings that are attacking the boards at any one time, and that can be a problem. So, and that's, by the way, the other problem with that, it wears on you. And you talk about the golden oldies, so to speak. Right. It's different when you're going up against a team like Cleveland, who could just beat on you as the series,
including
you
Kevin
might
Love,
win.
honestly, the way he's playing now, also that's another big body and great rebounder.
Yes, so I mean, you could win in 6 games, but the toll that it would take on you could ultimately hurt you in the next series, to where, man, you're exhausted by the time you. So I think, Ira, it's, for me, if you're prioritizing, number 1 is getting there healthy. Number 2 is matchups, and number 3 is seeding. And so if the difference between being a 4 and playing Cleveland and playing a
maybe
Philly,
Chicago, even
maybe a Chicago in the first round or whatever, and then being a 3 and having to play Cleveland, I'd rather be the 4. I don't want any part of Cleveland, but I think they're smart enough to where they can look at that and kind of judge for themselves going on. We're getting some more questions here. Somebody asked, C-Dollar saying, hoping this is not a Rafer Alston situation with Kyle Lowry. I mean,
no, he's not walking away from the game. He's not being lost. The Heat are monitoring him. They're in touch with him. They're fully aware of the problem. They're letting it play out because they understand. We always talk about the familial Heat. So that's that. This is not, you're not losing the player. This is not someone who's losing interest in the game. This is someone who has a very deeply personal family matter he has to take care of that requires his attention, just like you would have it, just like I would have it if it came to that. And one of these boxes would be empty every Wednesday for the Sloman's Home Shield inside the paint show, because you have to prioritize. I almost want to go back to the other thing where you said the Heat, and it'll get us in big trouble now. You said the Heat have a way of monitoring all their players for fatigue. I assume you mean that's by, in the vaccine, how they just put the microchip into you. So that would be how they do it. So now we can go sort of in our Joe Rogan direction here on the show as well.
Well, no, it's whatever it is they inject them with, the mutation that they inject them with Heat culture. And it's I mean, that's the perception, right, from the national media, that, oh, Heat fans think that they just inject them with something that fans are crazy down there. It's not that the Heat do anything any differently. No, what they do is, and this is going off on a tangent, what they do is they find and they target players that they know have the mindset and the mentality to come in and put in the work. So, but we can go on that for forever. Ira, after the break, I want to get into, I don't want to call it a trade rumor, but The Athletic came out with a report that said the Heat are among the most aggressive teams right now looking at Christian Wood from Houston. And I found that really interesting. I love the player, but I want to talk to you a bit about the fit and how you could see this working out if potentially the Heat go that direction. Plus, we'll look at the upcoming schedule and where the Heat stand right now among the Eastern Conference contenders. That and a lot more as Inside the Paint rolls on.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. That's BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. We got the Heat taking on the Knicks coming up tonight, so make sure to drop your favorite Heat Knicks memories in the chat. Also, we love the trash talk. We love all the back and forth. It's what makes the NBA great. So, Ira, I wanted to talk about this report in The Athletic, and everybody loves a transaction in the NBA. Sometimes people like transactions more than the actual action on the floor. But I found this one really interesting, and mostly because I think this player is one of the most underrated players in the NBA. I don't think that people realize how good he is, so it didn't surprise me that there's a lot of interest in this player, but it kind of surprised me in that I don't know how the chemistry, how you would make it work with him and what has been successful for the Heat so far. The player is Christian Wood. He's a big man for Houston. I'm sure, if you're a diehard NBA fan, you know about him. You've watched him, and he's a guy who he can stretch the floor as a big. He's one of those rare guys who's a perfect fit in the modern NBA. He'd be a perfect fit next to Bam Adebayo. The report in The Athletic is that the Heat have been among, if not the most aggressive teams in continuing to engage Houston in potential talks if they decide to move on from Christian Wood. When you hear that, Ira, what pops into your head? Do you think this is something the Heat should pursue? And if so, how would any of this work?
Well, I think it's a couple of things sort of digest here. First of all, this did not come from Shams Charania, the trade news breaker from The Athletic, but rather their local Houston Rockets beat reporter. So usually when you get something from a beat reporter, it comes from within the team or confirmed within the team as opposed to confirmed around the league. So clearly there might be an agenda there of getting a name out there to try to fish for offers, to try to get the highest possible offer. But there's the other part of this, and this is something when I deal with the Heat, they always tell me privately, or sometimes even they want to get it on the record, they look at everyone. They consider everyone. Pat Riley's office there, at 601 Biscayne has every player in the league on his board. Doesn't mean he's tampering. It just means he's considering everything. And the Heat will always say they research every player for this reason. You never know when he's going to become available. Mm-hmm. So draft issues, for example, I spoke to Big O about this on Monday. They will bring in a bunch of guys to interview them knowing they don't have a draft choice. But maybe a year or 2 or 3 down the road, that player might come available. Max Strus out of DePaul, perfect example. So when you hear the Heat link to a name, but with the link saying this, the Heat have interest. The Heat have interest in 500 players because the Heat want to know every player in the league, how he might fit their culture, who he is, contract situation, and all of that. So let's move beyond that. And basically, if you just told me, hey, Ira, would Christian Wood fit here? Well, there's a couple of things to digest there. This season, probably not, because they got a damn good thing going and they're still waiting for Markieff Morris to come back. So you would seem set at power forward for what they're trying to accomplish. Going forward, however, PJ Tucker has a player option for next season. If he continues to play this well, even at 37, he might be able to get a contract higher for next season, 22-23, than the $7.4 million that he has his option for. That's number one. Number two, Markieff Morris is on a 1-year contract. So, Clay, you could look at it and say the Heat don't have a power forward for next season. And unless they're going to go Yurtseven and Adebayo, which they might with Eric Spoelstra given a full offseason to come up and create something like that, that's fine. So, yeah, Christian Wood would be interesting in that you might lose both your power forwards, that you might be able to trade Duncan Robinson for him because you have a Max Strus and make that work also. But there's also a history there of a player, number one, who was good in Detroit, bad team, and then came to Houston and became very good, very bad team. Mm-hmm. So is it a case of statistics and success but not victories. Number two, a guy who's spent some time away from the team because he did have team issues also. Now, I know that he clean up a lot of that, sort of the bad guys who come here, clean up their act a little. So there's a couple of strikes there also. I never trust the big numbers on a bad team type of player. I've seen that too much. Then they get to a good team. They're asked to reduce their numbers. The quality players agree to do that. The guys who live on numbers don't. So I have a couple of questions here. It's an interesting name, but the fact it was sourced out of Houston,
yes,
the fact that it comes about 2-3 weeks before the February 10th NBA trading deadline, you're going to see a lot of this. Don't confuse linked to the Heat taking a look at. They're two completely different things.
So let's unpack a few things here. The first thing you said, which I think if you're listening to us and you haven't heard us talk about this before, whenever you see a report, ask yourself, where is this coming from and why? There is always an agenda when these reports get out. Now, it could be simply like, if it's a national reporter, right? It could be, and you mentioned Shams Charania, Adrian Wojnarowski, I mean, the big names. It could be as simple as, man, this is a lot of the dialogue going on. And sometimes you have certain teams who are interested in a player, but then all of a sudden they drop out and then they start chirping a little bit and say, oh, this is why we. So that's one thing. When a report comes directly from the city of the team that is the player plays there.
Deshaun Watson, go ahead.
I mean, the agenda is to create interest. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that that's not happening, but always kind of looked at these things kind of with a raised eyebrow and say, okay, why? Why is this report coming out of this place? The point about the player, and it was something that we talked about before this segment, Heat culture is not, oh, we get them in the building and all of a sudden they magically transform into a different person than they've been before. It is, we have a staff who will live in that building and make the best out of you if you are willing to put in the work. So your point about getting to know these players in the pre-draft, right? Is this the type of person that will come in here and put in the work that is required to make the best of himself? So that's where, like, when you mentioned Christian Wood and the issues that he's had, a lot of the players who have come here with quote unquote problem pasts, it's because they've been on bad teams and they get frustrated and they want to be, but the Heat have to find that out, and they have to find it out quickly before they get them in their building. So,
Clay,
go ahead.
I also don't want to discredit the report because let's be honest also, just before last season's trade deadline, two of the names that were mentioned with the Heat, PJ Tucker and Kyle Lowry, both eventually made their way here. So that interest was real. The Heat were interested in PJ Tucker before he went to the Bucks and won a championship. The Heat were interested in Kyle Lowry before they decided, no, we're not giving up Tyler Hero in that trade. He'll be a free agent. We'll revisit it. So there's something to it. So keep in mind part B of all of this. All the names you're going to hear the Heat linked to by February 10th. It doesn't end there. The one thing we know about Pat Riley, and this has happened year over year over year, if he doesn't get the player he wants at point A, he's not remitting back to point B later on and revisit that situation. And obviously, Tucker and Lowry are the perfect examples of that. If Pat Riley targets someone, if he's targeting him now, he'll target him later. Doesn't mean he necessarily will get him, although he's pretty good at that. But it just means for all these names, so if not Christian Wood by February 10th, maybe Christian Wood by July 1.
And here's a perfect example. I mean, LaMarcus Aldridge. I mean, famously, Pat Riley had the meeting with LaMarcus Aldridge and tried to convince him to hold off on a long contract because he didn't have the cap space, and then try to come back and get him again last year. So, like, there's a laundry list of those. Let's add another element to this.
Okay.
Duncan Robinson would have to be involved in a trade. I'm like 99% sure the way the salaries work out, even in the offseason, because you're kind of, unless there's a signing trade, like you're getting to the point where you're so close to the cap and like you would need to have the matching salaries. So I think where you would look at this from a Heat fan, it's, you mentioned you don't necessarily have a power forward under contract, right? Mm-hmm. You may not have the player there that you need, that you're comfortable with moving forward, but you have somebody who could step into Duncan Robinson's shoes. in Max Strus.
Right.
And I think so it's more about maximizing where your cap space is going. If you can slot in somebody on a lesser salary to fill Duncan Robinson's role in a similar fashion, but then you pay the big dollars for somebody who upgrades the other spot. And that gets kind of back to your point. Let me add one more thing to this. And Ira, maybe you can kind of confirm this, but one thing that Pat Riley said a couple of years ago, I remember, he does these offhanded kind of, he does his setup news conferences where, there's always something that he wants to get out there, whatever.
Agenda, right.
Yeah. But then he does kind of the sidebar stuff. And a lot of times it's at the charity events. And this was before COVID and there was a little bit more access. But he mentioned something that's always stuck out to me about some of these reports that get out there. Andy Ellisberg is great friends with pretty much every executive, at least one executive from every team. And he said these guys have a group chat, that there is a group chat amongst these executives. And like it goes back and forth between politics, because Andy loves politics, and all sorts of movies. Like, I mean, it can go any number of different directions. But that ultimately what I think you have is some names will come up in these chats. Like they will talk basketball. And then eventually there's like a breakout chat. So it's like you have these, imagine a group text with your friends and somebody hits on something that maybe 8 people in the chat aren't necessarily interested in, but you and this one. So like imagine that you've got this chat with 15 other teams, Christian Wood's name pops up, Andy has a direct line. So like sometimes the interest level, it could just be a text. Hey, you mentioned Christian Wood. Like what's the deal with that? So and then it kind of turns into this thing where there's this big interest. So always, and it's a long-winded way of saying this, Ira, and I apologize. I can be long-winded. But when you see these reports, know that there is constant dialogue amongst people in the league. Know that Andy Ellisberg is extremely popular amongst other executives. I mean, he's just a very likable guy. He's also a brilliant guy. I mean, so like there's a lot of communication that always goes on, but the level to which it rises isn't necessarily what's always out there, if that makes sense.
And there's always the frothy names, the ones that rise to the top because they're at play. Look, we know Ben Simmons will be at play during this trading deadline because he's been in play all season. So he's a name. You watched Sacramento last night, and I don't know what the hell they were doing against the Celtics, falling behind 60 or so. I don't care if they say that they're saving De'Aaron Fox. They aren't saving anyone because if they're that bad, then anyone is available for a trade. So what I would say is we know the names that are out there. You mentioned Duncan Robinson only because he's basically the Heat's only tradable contract. It doesn't mean they're shoving him out the door. It just means if the Heat have to put together a $20 million package, that's a good place to start because Tyler Hero doesn't earn enough because the guys on the back end don't earn enough and the guys on the top end earn too much and they're not going anywhere. So what you're going to do is you're getting to this pool of players where there's going to be 10 to 12 names that we're talking about because those are the guys. Their teams are underachieving. They're going to clean house. Their teams are overachieving. They realize all of a sudden where they didn't realize before, maybe even like a Chicago, this is their year. Maybe the Heat are in that group also. So as we get closer, you're going to hear the names. And so often it is the names who wind up getting dealt. But there's also a subset there, Clay, of sort of list 1B, I guess I would call it. The guys who can help you that wouldn't cost you a lot and can make a subtle difference. PJ Tucker was that player last season. I think Thaddeus Young is that player this season.
It's a great
one.
It's
a name that I've always liked for the Heat. And you know what? It's a name, whether you go back to almost Philadelphia or Chicago, has been linked to the Heat in recent years. So again, Heat fans, don't get yourself so caught up on the big names. You know, we've talked about Ben Simmons, for example, or even a Christian Wood. It sometimes can be the subtlest Dwayne Dedmon type of player who can make a difference. So you might be surprised by what the Heat deal is, but don't be disappointed. Because when you're close, when you're, as we both said first segment here on the Sloman's Home Shield Inside the Paint Show, when you are a contender, sometimes it just takes that subtle move. I like Thaddeus Young a lot. The Heat will see him twice in the next 2 weeks. Maybe that's a name.
Yeah, because the value isn't nearly as high as it would be for someone like Christian Wood. And is Thaddeus Young even playing at this point?
No, he's not. So again, the Spurs, they're playing for a play-in spot. They're at the bottom there. He's a veteran. He has said, I want to get out. I want to have my shot. I always seem to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. He stretches the floor. He's lengthy. He can help you defensively. And again, there's nothing wrong with a rental. There's nothing wrong with just taking a guy, and the Heat have done that for years.
Trevor
probably
Ariza.
going back to Mike Bibby.
Yeah, Trevor Ariza. I mean, I think that's a comparison that pops into my head as somebody who wanted out, and you were able to get him for pretty much nothing at the time. And so, yeah, like those are the names to look at. And again, if you look at the Heat roster right now, do they need a Thaddeus Young with what we've seen with Dwayne Dedmon, Omer? Maybe not. And yet at the same time, if you're that close, if somebody can come in and make a difference and you're not going to have to give up very much, then that's what you're looking for. The greater good. He says, Hero, Bam, and Butler all play their roles well, all for the team, no selfishness. In Kane's 1989, it makes no sense for the Heat to trade Duncan Robinson unless a team gives Riley a deal he can't refuse. This is what I'd say about that. I think what we're seeing right now is the Duncan Robinson with Bam Adebayo on the floor.
Different player.
Maybe that was it, man. And maybe that was what was lacking. And look, we knew it. And it's the first play of every game. They're going to find a different variation of it, but it's going to be Bam in the high post, finding a way, dribble, handoff, whatever it is, to Duncan Robinson for a three, and they're off and running. I mean, there's always but that's the first play every single game.
And here's the deal. And here's the other part of this, Clay. And this is tough because especially when we have a show like this, and we do it for an hour every week. You have to live in the moment because you never know when the next moment's going to arrive. I get that. But a guy like Andy Ellisberg also has to live in the next moment and has to say to himself, well, Tyler Hero is due for his possible maximum scale extension this offseason. They can wait a year and go to restricted free agency. You can keep your player happy. You have that. Caleb Martin, I wrote about this Sunday in the Sun Sentinel, is in a very awkward place coming off a two-way contract. He could probably make it work if he gets the Heat's full mid-level exception. You can go about 4 years, $44 million. Should be enough. Any team can offer $1 more than the mid-level. The Heat can't match, even though he's restricted. The Heat don't have the means. Mm-hmm. But if you give your full mid-level, you become hard-capped. You're sort of limited on what else you can do. And then you can't offer your mid-level again to P.J. Tucker if he opts out. So you have all these moving parts. Big O in our crosstalk was talking about Victor Oladipo. If he does come on, and if he does play, like he said, better than ever because the Heat have a way of drawing that out of you, that's another free agent. So it's just interesting, Clay. I'm going to make you Andy Ellisberg. So you're going to make you smarter than you actually are. And you have not hard. And you have to go through this situation. How much would you have to feel obligated, Clay, as general manager, to also think of the next incarnation, knowing that Tyler's due for his extension? Knowing that you can give full bird rights to Victor Oladipo if he turns back into Victor Oladipo, knowing that PJ Tucker can opt out, knowing that Markieff Morris is going to be a free agent. So how much future thought would you also give? Or would you say, screw it, this is too much fun, I'm just going to live in the moment?
I mean, it's a case-by-case basis. I think you owe it to Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry to maximize this season. And so
good point.
Now I also think let's use the example of the Christian Wood Duncan Robinson situation, why I find it interesting, because I don't think that your drop off, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that your drop off from Duncan Robinson to Max Strus is significant enough to eliminate any idea of trading Duncan if it makes you better elsewhere. And I hate doing this. I don't like putting guys in trade talks that are currently on the team because, we have shoot around today. I mean, you don't like going out there and saying, "Hey, by the way, I just traded you on the show this morning."
They're professionals. They're big boys. They can deal with it, Clay.
So what I would say is you have to look at everything on a case-by-case basis. I think you have to go all in for this season, but I also think that there are ways to do both. And you have to look at, okay, if we take let's say there's a small step back if you're going from Duncan Robinson to a Max Strus. And at times it shouldn't even been a step back. Right. I mean, Max Strus has been taking his fourth quarter minutes in some of these. But let's say you're taking a small step back, but you can take a bigger step forward at another spot by moving that deal and also giving yourself more flexibility moving forward. So those are the things I look at. And here's the last thing I'll say about this, Ira. We're up against the break. You guys have some great comments. We'll go to them
after the break. And by the way, you're very good on the break since we're 10 minutes deferred. I was almost wondering how Clay's higher math would figure out the extra 10 minutes. So I'm very impressed, my friend.
Well, it's because you made me Andy Ellisberg. And I'm smarter than I am.
Just for the rest of the show, and then you're back to just good old Clay Ferraro. So
who can't count to 10? But I think that you look at it and you can say there are ways to do all of this. And you can have an eye on both by prioritizing this season, but you also have to understand who are we going to need in the playoffs? Who are the 7 or 8 that we absolutely cannot mess with? And you don't move any of them unless you feel like your replacement is going to be a suitable replacement, like close to that level. So that's what I would say with that. Again, I know it's long-winded, but there are just so many levels to this thing to where you do both.
You made a point that when you have a 35-year-old guy, you gave a 3-year contract. When you have Jimmy at 32 or 33 and PJ Tucker at 36, you have to prioritize the moment, because at those ages, you live in the moment.
Lots of great questions, lots of great comments. Let's get to them coming up after the break. Plus, we'll set the stage for the rest of the week for the Heat. And by week, I mean from Wednesday to Tuesday of next week, and how this is all going to play out. We'll be right back after the break right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Slomin's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Slomin Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Slomin Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Slomin Shield.
The timeout is over. The Slomin's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Slomin's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back, guys. Home stretch here on Inside the Paint. Hey, Ira, we got the Knicks coming up tonight, and this is a game that Heat fans look forward to. We're 3-4 times a year. What do you see with this team, the Knicks team, and is this just a case you mentioned earlier in the show about kind of teams being the one-year wonders, the one-hit wonders, and then taking a step back? Do you think this is who they are, or is this kind of a blip and they're going to eventually return more to the team that we saw for the regular season last year?
No, I think this is who they are. I think Julius Randle has not shown this type of sustainability in his career. If he was, he would not have been dealt a couple of times already in his career. I thought the Fournier signing would do more for them, but apparently he only scores against the Celtics. So you have that. The Kemba Walker thing has been overstated, but we sort of have known that for a couple of years. I mean, look, I remember Kemba back in those Hornets series against the Heat. I mean, he was dynamic. He was everything to stop in those. So they have so many players who used to be someone. Taj Gibson, players like that. They've had a lot of injuries in the middle. Mitchell Robinson is questionable tonight. Nerlens Noel is questionable. So you have sort of that power, the power conundrum there of what they have. And Thibodeau's teams tend to have a moment and then to have unmoments. With the Heat, you have 27 years of Pat Riley's way of doing it, of being driven. With Tom Thibodeau's team, because a lot of players cycle through, they don't know what they're in for until they realize what they're in for. The Knicks are a playing team. Maybe they find their stride at the right time, but there's so much question about the Knicks that when you look at the East, because the East is so much better. Look, I didn't expect Cleveland to be better than the Knicks, but they clearly are. I didn't expect Charlotte to necessarily be better than the Knicks. But even with their blip last night in Toronto, they've proven to be a better team with a better long-term outlook, with players who are playing almost, above the level of what Julius Randle's offering. So they've naturally, the Bulls, another team, naturally been pushed down by other emerging teams. Sustainability is hard. Mm-hmm. That's what the Heat have had. They might not have had great playoff success, but they get to the playoffs. They've been able to sustain. I think simply the Knicks were not able to keep up with the rising East. I didn't see the East being this strong. We spoke about it in our first segment. 2 games separating number 1, the Heat, from number 6, the 76ers. The Knicks simply are not in that class.
Kane's 1989 asks about the Goran Dragic situation. What are the mechanisms of that as far as, and this is twofold, obviously. Number one, I don't want to say would the Heat want Goran Dragic back, but would there even be a place for him, a spot for him at this point? We've talked about the need for a backup point guard, and yet I feel like some other players have stepped up in that role. And number two, legally, contractually, what could the Heat even do? Because I know there were limits on what you can do when you trade a player to a team as far as eventually getting that player back.
The Heat can't bring Goran Dragic back. The only way Goran Dragic can come back to the Heat is if he's traded from Team A, Toronto, to Team B, any other team, and then he can be moved from Team B to Team C, the Heat. That's not happening. That would almost be a team trading for Goran's, $19.4 million contract, deciding they don't want him, releasing him, and then the Heat in the buyout market could. He would love to have Goran Dragic back. He fits well with the system. He knows the system. He would understand that Gabe Vincent's taking strides also, but he's a scorer. Clay, I was thinking about this the other day. I'm still a little bit confused why Toronto hasn't kept and played Goran more. They have nights like last night when Fred VanVleet's out that he could help. I think Goran Dragic will impact the Heat's playoff race, but not with the Heat. I look at Goran Dragic and I say to myself, you know what? He goes to the Sixers, especially with Ben Simmons out. They're a better team.
Yeah.
He goes to the Bulls. He gives them the type of backcourt depth that if Zach LaVine has his latest injury or DeMar DeRozan needs a rest day like he did when they played that tough game against Oklahoma City, he could.
And Lonzo.
So I think the Goran Dragic factor is going to impact the Heat, that they might actually wind up the Knicks, another example. They might actually wind up playing him in the playoffs. After February 10th, Goran Dragic will have no value whatsoever to the Raptors. He'll be an expiring contract who's not playing there anyway. The Raptors, as a courtesy, might as well just give him all his money and let him go where he wants. It's going to be very tempting. You must be released by a team by March 1st to be eligible for another team's playoff roster. You can be signed any day until the last day of the season. I think it's around April 10th. So I think Goran Dragic will have a Heat impact, but I think there's a really good chance it'll be against the Heat, unless maybe he goes to Dallas and goes somewhere in the West than with the Heat. I think Goran Dragic will come back into play after the trading deadline.
KJ asks about Victor Oladipo and whose minutes would he take if he were to, or when he does come back? And I'm gonna start by saying I think so much of this is going to be matchup based. True. And you can't keep Tyler Hero off the floor.
Of course.
So I think what Tyler Hero brings, and I know I may be on an island here, I think Tyler Hero has evolved into the Heat's best pure scorer. And not just because, the numbers, but what he has in his bag, I don't know that anybody else on the team has right now. And look, I'll be honest about this too. I'm a little concerned about Jimmy Butler's shooting. And not all the three-point shoot. Like we know he's a bad three-point shooter. For some reason, he still thinks that he can shoot the three-pointers. It doesn't work. My concern with him is he's missing some of these shots in the lane. And I'm not just talking about the layup against the Hawks. Some of these shots that he can get, they're just not falling. Hopefully they eventually do. But I'm saying all this because the questions about Victor Oladipo and whose minutes he's going to take. Tyler Hero may be this team's best pure scorer right now. They're not going to be his. So whose minutes would Victor Oladipo take? And what matchups do you see Victor Oladipo, especially in the playoffs, him coming in and being the biggest boost of this Heat team for?
I think, first of all, he would just fractionalize other players' minutes. In other words, maybe Duncan plays 2 fewer, Max Strus plays 2 fewer, Gabe Vincent plays 3 fewer, and you sort of build an opportunity. But if you looked at, say, Sunday's game against the Lakers, when the Lakers went small, when they were playing at times LeBron James at center, and honestly, at times Stanley Johnson at center.
Yeah.
So if you get a small ball matchup, and the example I'm giving you this, Clay, is for this reason. Dwayne Dedmon only played 8 minutes against the Lakers. He actually had good minutes, but he only played 8 minutes against the Lakers. They went small. The Heat went small. So when the right playoff matchup, Brooklyn tends to play small.
Mm-hmm.
You can play smaller against the Bulls because Vucevic is going to shoot his 3-pointers more likely than be in the paint. So if you get the right matchup, how does Victor Oladipo play? He takes, sounds odd, Dwayne Dedmon's minutes. And you're playing small ball. But we mentioned earlier in the show here on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, when you look at the situation against Cleveland, you're probably not going small when they're playing Mobley and they're playing Markkanen and they're playing Jared Allen. When you go against the Sixers, you're sure as hell not going small against Joel Embiid, or even if they bring Drummond off the bench. So where does Victor play? In a small ball lineup, it'll work itself out. There'll be Bam's minutes. There'll be minutes with PJ Tucker at center. Hell, there might be minutes, where you wind up with Jimmy Butler at center because the other team's going so small. So it will be matchup based, probably dictated by who you wind up playing. Again, we do this every week. It's like our weekly exercise. You go back to the Heat primary starting lineup. We have Duncan in there for now. So you have Bam, you have Tucker, you have Duncan, you have Jimmy, you have Kyle. Everyone is whole. So your next group off the bench, Tyler Hero is clearly your 6th man. If you're using a center, you're playing Dwayne Dedmon. Everyone loves, I believe there's a TV show, everyone loves Caleb. So you're playing Caleb Martin and you're playing Max Strus. So then you get to the Gabe Vincent minutes. You're not going deeper than 10. Mm-hmm. And honestly, no one in the Heat plays 10 men in the playoffs, going from Pat Riley to Stan Van Gundy to Eric Spoelstra. So that'll be another issue there. You can probably, like I said, fractionalize, take a couple of minutes shave here and there. It's going to be harder. So I think matchups will help the Heat more than anything. Or Gabe Vincent will be asked to, hey, thanks for all the help. See you in Summer League. See you in the summer program, and then go on from there. You will play your best players.
I gave my hot take, my pro Tyler Hero hot take. Here's my my con Tyler Hero hot take. Victor Oladipo is a perfect replacement for Tyler Hero down the stretch of games when you go offense, defense. And obviously, look, if you're trailing by 2 and you're choosing between the two, you want Tyler Hero on the floor. If you're up by 2, you don't want what happened against Sacramento a couple of weeks ago, where you can hunt Tyler Hero in a matchup.
Gets to the foul line. Now, Clay, I would go a little different. If you're down 2, I might still go to Victor Oladipo because you're only down 2. But if you're down 5 with a minute to go or something, then I want the explosiveness, what Eric Spoelstra loves using the word, the ignitability. So that is a little bit different. So in those situations, you might say we'll sacrifice the defense a little bit more. That's been a problem for the Heat at times. When they played Hero and they played Robinson at the end, there was a couple of games, Bam, foul trouble, things like that. You have to go in that direction. And that does get dangerous because the Lakers were hunting the Duncan Robinson match as well. So it's not just Duncan. It's Tyler also. Yes, Eric Spoelstra will say they're improving his defenders, but when you're going from a 1 and you get to a 4, yes, you're making improvement, but in clutch playoff situations, you could darn well bet they're going to be hunting those switches and those mismatches.
Now, I mean, think of this. If you're a Heat fan, like, what is the one thing that can lose you a playoff game down the stretch? I would be terrified of the idea of James Harden or Kyrie Irving one-on-one against Tyler Hero at the end of the game.
Yep.
I would be terrified about Drew Holiday finding a way to get isolated on Tyler Hero or Duncan Robinson at the end of a game. What Victor Oladipo does is he gives you a player that you feel confident. Now, look, I mean, we're talking about some of the best scorers at the guard position in the world. So, like, they're still going to beat Victor Oladipo occasionally, or maybe more than 50% of the time. But it's not going to be a case where Victor Oladipo is overmatched. You feel confident because of his defensive ability. Like, I think the thing with Vic is I don't think any of us reasonably expect him to return to 2018 Victor Oladipo when it comes to explosiveness.
Too many
when it
surgeries. I agree.
Yeah, high flying, but the footwork is still fantastic. I mean, the ability to kind of guard what we saw with him in that short stretch with the Heat last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, short sample size, but that doesn't go away as quickly as the ability to jump from the foul line and dunk on people. When you're asking, and this is all coming from the question, when you're asking whose minutes does Victor Oladipo take, I think your point, during a long stretch, you're going to fractionalize the other minutes. But in short stretches, you can see where he would really benefit you against the best teams in the East. So Knicks coming up tonight, Clippers coming up on Friday. And then Saturday night, refresh my memory. Who's coming on Saturday?
Well, it's interesting because you have the Clippers on Friday, Toronto on Saturday, off Sunday, at Boston Monday, at Toronto Tuesday. Now, Clay Ferraro might say, hey, Ira, I thought the NBA got rid of 4 games in 5 nights. And they did. However, when the San Antonio game was postponed right after Christmas before New Year's, the league had to sort of rework the schedule. So they added 4 games in 5 nights to the Heat when they've legislated them out. So starting on that Friday game, you're going to have the Heat playing Clippers Friday home, Raptors Saturday home, off Sunday so they can watch football, Monday in Boston, Tuesday in Toronto. That's a hell of a stretch for an older team. That's a hell of a stretch for a team that doesn't know if it's getting Kyle Lowry back or when it's getting him back, that's having to deal with Canadian COVID rules, which make going in and out of Toronto not necessarily as even as flying in late night after a Boston game. That could be a no-sleep night. That's going to be challenging. On one hand, the Heat are better than all those teams, have better records than all those teams. But I'm not going to sit here, Clay Ferraro, and tell you they're going to win all 4, because I think that's going to be a series where Eric Spoelstra is going to have to say, I'm going to have to rest this guy. I'm going to have to give this guy the night off, and it'll be interesting to see how he approaches it. Obviously, the Clippers are not a conference game, but the other 3 are. So that means a little bit more because, like we're talking the whole show, if only 2 games separate number 1 and number 6, you can have all kinds of tiebreakers in place. We saw that last year with the Heat. If you win the division, you jump ahead of the Knicks because division's the second tiebreaker. Then head-to-head means something. So conference wins could mean something also. It's going to be a really interesting schedule for the Heat 4 and 5.
Now, I don't usually like to be don't be surprised if guy. Like I don't want to just throw stuff out there, but this is something that we've already talked about on this show within the last couple of weeks, but I want to refresh people's memories on this. That game Tuesday night in Toronto, especially more so now that you're talking about 4 games in 5 nights.
Right.
We've seen teams kind of travel with a skeleton crew to Toronto for games.
Warriors did it. Yes.
Warriors did it. And there are reasons for that. You don't want to take a chance on losing a player because of testing positive.
After COVID testing. Yes.
There are different protocols in place. So,
and no
again,
fan.
I don't mean to be don't be surprised if guy, but I'm gonna. Don't be surprised if on Tuesday night you may not see the full Heat team traveling across the border to Toronto for that game. And as much as you don't like to say this, you want to be careful. You want to be cautious. So looking ahead to that game, it may not be the same sort of roster.
Clay, I'm the same way. I'm actually going to be in Boston covering the game Monday night, and I'm flying home to cover the Toronto game remotely for this reason. I have to provide a PCR test 48 hours out to get into Canada, and I then have to be in possession of a PCR test within the next 48 hours to get out of Canada. So basically what I would have to do is I'd have to land in Boston on Sunday, find a testing site, and get a 48-hour turnaround. That is not that easy these days, like amid Omicron. Then on Monday, when the Heat played the Celtics, I'd have to get a PCR test that day as my ticket out of Toronto and get that result before I get to Toronto. So for me, and the Toronto beat writers have been the same way. They've done long trips where they've come over when the Raptors are playing 3 or 4 or 5 road games in the States, so they don't have to go back and forth. So it is a very unusual situation. I agree. I could see them leaving guys in the hotel in Boston, having the plane circle back to Logan, pick the guys up, and then take them off to San Antonio that they play that Thursday. It's a long trip. It starts Monday in Boston, Tuesday in Toronto, Thursday in San Antonio. It's a really long trip. Saturday in Charlotte, Monday in Washington, 2 days off, goes all the way to the February 10th trading deadline when they play in New Orleans. So it's a long haul, and it'll be really interesting to see how they do manage it.
End on this. Canes 1989, is this team title ready? The answer is yes. Doesn't mean they're going to win, but they are absolutely title ready, and they are in that group of teams at the very top of the NBA that it would not surprise you at all if they brought home a ring. The Larry O'B trophy.
Because you know what's going to happen. It's almost going to be like the scene in Anchorman when you have all the newsmen going against each other. So the Heat's parade is going to end at the Dade County border. The Panthers parade is going to come from the north at the Dade County. And I do think there will be some sort of night fight at Hard Rock Stadium when they meet right there at County Line Road. So it'll be an interesting end of June, I think, for both of our winter sports teams.
It's going to be the Spider-Man meme where they're both like pointing at each other. Like, yeah, exactly. All right, guys, you've been great as always. We appreciate you guys really help drive the show. Please make sure to smash the like button. Stay tuned. The Big O rolls on next right here. And thanks so much for joining us right here on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's, properly securing your home has never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Great, you have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJDConstruction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience a Perdermo way. Go to PerdermoCigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty, welcome aboard. Time to rock and roll, boys and girls. Time to have some fun on the Big O Show. Hope you all are doing well out there on a beautiful Wednesday. The guys did a great job, as they always do. Always appreciate Ira and Clay doing their thing. Oh, man. And we got Sean Stanley, of course, driving the program. Hope you're doing well there, Sean. We got Joe Shad. He's going to join us, by the way, in hour number 3, I guess, of the program. He'll join us in the 11 o'clock hour tomorrow. By the way, will be a lot of fun. We got an interesting day tomorrow. We'll be at Hialeah Park, and we'll do our show like we normally do in the morning, but then we'll be back in the afternoon for the weigh-ins for the boxing match. And remember, I think I have 2 pairs left of boxing tickets to give away. A couple people dropped out, actually. So very nice of you, at least, to, that the wife didn't give you permission. So you had to, kind of, I get it. You had to give up. So at least you reached back out to us and told us, hey, the wife doesn't let me go. Can you give the tickets to somebody else? That kind of stuff. So I appreciate those of you that, at least you did that. That was actually strong on your part, by the way. I just want you all to know that, okay? But anyway, so let's see here. Yeah, when you're doing multiple things at the same time, it's always a mission, okay? Anyway, so We got it going on. As always, plenty of things to talk about as we get ready for an interesting offseason with the Miami Dolphins. We're in the middle of a great regular season for the Miami Heat and for the Florida Panthers. Last night, again, they won. They finished 3-2 on the road, which was really, really good that they're able to finish 3-2 on the road. That's enormous. They remember the coach wanted them to improve on the road, so that's a start right there. 3-2. You want to win more than you lose on the road. That's going to set you up. And as dominant as they are at home, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. You know what I'm excited about with the Panthers? That they're on the brink. And I'm not saying so much on the brink of challenging for the Stanley Cup, which we all know they're going to challenge for the Stanley Cup. They're that kind of team. That's not what I mean. What the Panthers are on the brink of is becoming relevant again in their own town. Okay? That's the screwed up part about this. The Florida Panthers are the best team in town. Like, there's no discussion. But like, the Heat are good. The Panthers are better than the Heat at their sport right this second. Not as a franchise. We all know the Heat is heads and tails above everybody in town. But right now, the Panthers have a better chance of winning the Stanley Cup than the Heat has at winning the NBA title. And I believe both have a shot at winning it. But that's how good I think the Panthers are. Okay? The Heat have gotten better as the year has gone on because of the depth. Like with the Panthers, you knew they were a hell of, well, those of us that follow it, we knew they were a hell of a team, those of us that follow it. We were just waiting for the goaltending position. That's it. Okay? We knew if the goalies came into play, whether it was Knight or Bob or whatever it was, we knew the Panthers are going to be special, right? I mean, that's just automatic. And so that's what we're watching now. I mean, yesterday they move around the line, and Marchment, Lundell, and Reinhart. I mean, they tear it up, right? And he had 2 goals and assists yesterday, Marchment, and Ekblad had 2 assists yesterday. Lundell, I mean, what more can you say about Anton Lundell? I mean, that kid probably can barely shave. I've got hair to spare for him. Maybe I should give him a little Nature B, and that hair would grow a little faster. Anyway, so hell of a win last night on the road. Bob had 32 saves. They're back in action tomorrow against Vegas at the Florida Live Arena, or the FLA Live Arena, shall I say. And so they are on the brink of becoming relevant in this town, because once we get to the playoffs and they make a deep run, the buzz will pick up in this town. And I know how this works. Next year is going to be the year where everybody takes the time to learn about hockey. The people on the fence will be fans. The people that weren't fans will be on the fence. All of those things. I lived it in the mid-90s. I lived it when I was covering practice, and I would walk out of practice, and there were 300 Panther fans waiting for autographs. So I know how this town is. We're not a hockey town. We weren't a basketball town. So the Panthers have to do what the Heat started to do 25 years ago to make us a basketball town. And they've got to make us a hockey town like Tampa is. I mean, if you've never experienced a game in Tampa with the Lightning, you should go. You should go, because I admire what not just what the organization has done, but what the city and the fans, how they've embraced that team. And how do you not embrace the Tampa Bay Lightning? My God, they're a great franchise. But it's one of those things that if you look at those teams and then the atmosphere around, and the bars and everything around the arena, it is a cool atmosphere before the game. And we need that for the Panthers. And that's going to get there. I know it's going to get there. The Panthers, obviously, just like the Heat, they did their part, right? Riley came in. Arison bought the team. First thing he did was get Riley. And from there on out, the rest is history. They've done their part. They've made the Heat relevant every stinking year. So we care. We care about the Summer League. That's how much we care about the Heat. And that's what we've got to get to with the Panthers, where we care about free agency and we care about the draft and we're intrigued with everything. And when the rookie camp starts and before the veterans report, we got to get excited about. We don't do any of that yet. We have no interest in any of that. I mean, I have a little interest. Some of us out there, some of us out there that actually follow the team, but most out there that don't. That's what the Panthers are on. They're on the brink of finally reeling you in like the Heat did. Because obviously we're a football town. We always will be a football town. The day the Canes or the Dolphins wake up again and become awesome, you know what's going to happen in this town. We're going to go ape crazy over them, man. I want to say ape crap, the word, the S word, but you know what I'm saying. We're going to go pots and pans and we're going to go all over for it. You know what I'm saying? And we're like that with the Heat. So now it's the Panthers' job. And Marlins have that same job now. They're a lot farther away because they're young and they've got to spend, and hopefully they'll give Kim Eng a checkbook so she can get it done. But the Panthers are on the brink. And that for me is exciting because I feel lonely. I watch the game and there's no response. Nobody cares. I was talking about that with my wife last night. I go, I watch it because I care, but I know tomorrow in the show, it's not really. It's going to be back to talking Dolphins, and we'll talk Heat, and we'll maybe a little Canes or something because the Canes aren't playing right now. Football it is, and so all those kind of things. Those are the things that everything revolves around, right? Heat, Dolphins, Canes. Heat, Dolphins, Canes. Heat, Dolphins, Canes. And so it's up to the Panthers to put themselves in that mix. It's up to the Marlins to put themselves in that mix. But what I love is the Panthers are on the brink of that. They're on the brink of becoming relevant in their own town and fans actually caring and scrambling for tickets and gathering around the TV and the laptops and the iPads and the phones to watch the games. We're on the brink. We're on the brink. Just a little more. But the good thing is Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu and Matt Caldwell and all the guys there, Sean Thornton and all the people at the top have done their job finally. And that's the nicest franchise to work with, dude. They are the best human beings out there. I mean, they are awesome. They do anything and everything to try to promote it. They deserve a lot of attention. They deserve your attention already, really. For months, they have deserved for you to pack that arena, to purchase the shirts and the hats and the jerseys. We should have a killer buzz for the Panthers for every game. Sports bars should be packed. The arena should be packed. Homes all over the world that are Panther fans, they should, friends and family members should be gathered around for every game, man. That's how it should be. I know it's not the reality, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I saw it in the mid-90s, and soon, baby. Juan says, Matic, everything's exploding. We haven't heard from the feds yet. That's the only thing that makes me nervous. And I'll admit I purchased a little Bitcoin again because I was afraid that maybe this whole run, because I was waiting for it to drop, because if the feds have bad news, it's going to reverse, this afternoon. And so I don't know what's going to happen. But what he's saying is Polygon's up 16%. It's up to $1.71. It just shot up from 161 up to 171 like that. It got up to 174. So, yeah, you're right. And Bitcoin has climbed up to 38,000 already. So I don't know if it's going to keep climbing. I don't know. Crow is up. I am not talking to you. Leave me alone. Gala is up 20%. So if you went with the little Gala, you also are banking in. I mean, it's just it's crazy, dude. You know, there's a lot of stuff, and still, let me tell you, VeChain at 5 cents is still an absolute monster steal. Monster steal. Let's see, what else do we have here? What do we have on the chat board? George Gonzalez says, if we don't lose Ekblad last year, we could have gone deeper in the playoffs. I don't know if Ekblad gets you over the Tampa Bay Lightning hump. That was the problem, George. You played the best team in the world in the first round. That was really the problem. They actually overcame the Ekblad loss. Really. You know what I mean? I know what you're saying. They would have been better, but I was actually surprised last year. I think most of us that follow the team were that when they lost Ekblad, we kind of expected them to take a real step back, and they did not. And this year, even with injuries with Barkov and others, Huberdeau is your MVP. He was a man and a half and has been all year long. Okay? Much props to him, man. So, yeah, it's just last year, I think it was just the Tampa thing. Ricardo Cuchiquian says, good morning, Big O. Checking in from Argentina. Is there any chance that in the offseason you can interview any Dolphin player, specifically Tua? Would be great. I know his real thinking about what happened. Thanks for being here every day. Well, we will be here every day, and we will grow too. We got lots of things lined up, man. We're working, man. We're working. Wearing my ass out, but we're working. Anyway, so we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get through the whole thing. I would love to interview Tua. You know what I mean? I don't know if he'll give me anything, but I would love to interview Tua. You know what I mean? I just I got to get access to it. You know, that's not easy to get a guy like Tua on the show. You know what I mean? Although this would be one of the shows he would want to be on, because obviously we're in the Tua corner. We constantly fight for Tua every day here on the show. It seems. I feel like Tua's left tackle. Okay, maybe they signed Teron Armstead with the Saints, issues. I don't know. Orlando Brown, no shot there, but Eric Fisher maybe, but if those guys sign, all they're doing is replacing me. Okay, that's all I want you to know, because I feel like Tua's left tackle every day here on the show at times. Damn. So I would love to get Tua on the show. Tom Flores says, are you telling me I don't know. I guess you guys are talking with each other. Let's see. What do we have here? Big O, what would you as Flo what would you ask? You mean, Flo, if you interviewed him? It doesn't matter. He's going to lie. So, and he's going to have his point of view to everything. So to me, it doesn't really matter. I don't know, man. I got look, let's address this right now. I don't know if it's true or not, how much the Giants really have interest in Flo and the second interview and all that stuff, because you kind of felt that the Giants hiring the Bills guy, that Dable was coming. So now we're getting the feeling that Caldwell could be going to Chicago, right, with the Polian connection. And are they really interested in Brian Flores in New York? I mean, let me tell you something. I hope so. First, the Jets take Adam Gase, and now the Giants will take Flo. I mean, the definition of insanity. Okay? That's exactly what's going on. That's the definition of insanity. Holy crap. I will laugh my ass off. So then that means that Dable could be coming to Miami. And, okay, I don't get my guy Caldwell, but I've told you this. out of the guys that have the no experience category, Daboll's the one that fits. What have I told you, right? I like the guy that's been all over the place, that has been able to work in different franchises, different systems, different schemes, different GMs, all of that kind of stuff. And you're able to develop a Rolodex, right? So he's had an opportunity to develop a Rolodex. And of course, he has the Tua connection from Alabama. So Daboll would be a guy. And listen, if Saban hires you, okay, the Bills are hiring you, the Patriots have hired you, so you've had some pretty good people in the league trust you, right? I like Daboll. That would be the one guy out of the inexperienced guys that I don't want this. I really don't want the first-time head coach. It's not that you can't hit on it. Of course, everybody has to hit on a first-time head coach. How in the hell are we going to ever get new coaches? But we just have never hit on the coach. It's just crazy. We've never hit on a first-time coach. Shula was the second-time coach. You realize that, right? By the way, we've never hit on a first-time coach. So the next time we hit on a first-time coach will be the first time we've hit on a first-time coach. Okay? Just like no head coach that's been fired by the Miami Dolphins has ever succeeded anywhere else as a head coach. Capiche? The other way around, too. The Miami Dolphins, in their 50-year history, 50-plus year history, 55, right? In their 55-year history, they've never, ever succeeded in hiring a first-time head coach. Those are the facts. So for over half a century that they've been around, those are the two streaks that are happening right now. You never hire a coach that's been fired by the Miami Dolphins, and the Miami Dolphins have yet to hire a first-time head coach and actually hit on it. It's crazy shit, but that's what's happened. The general managers for the Dolphins have succeeded. Yes, of course. I'm the only one in town that's pointed that out, and then everybody else has kind of learned about that. Okay? Because I'm the only one that's pointed out that none of the coaches have succeeded, and all of the personnel guys have succeeded. It's crazy. So, yes. And by the way, anybody that starts using any of those two, they got it from this show. Fans, media, anybody. They all got it from this show. Let's see. Big O, how do you feel about the Dolphins players say he's wasting my career? I don't know who it is. To me, Patrick, listen, my brother, players don't know jack shit. Just let me again, I'll tell you again. Prominent player, okay? Prominent player. Big time player. Everybody knows. Tells me Paul Soliai's got no shot at being a good player. So, there you go. Okay? So, if you want to be an idiot and just regurgitate what a writer wrote, whether it was Omar or anybody else about players, they can all kiss my ass. Okay? Whatever player told Omar Kelly about Tua, that player can kiss my ass. Because all it is some disgruntled player, and he's got a beef with the team. That's it. That's all. And so he's going to be bitter about everything. And that's all. If you got a bitter guy, writers know, let me go after the bitter guy because I can just poke and prod him, and he'll say something that I can write. That's all. So if you believe any of that crap, you can go ahead. You know what I mean? The writer has to write it, and Omar has to write it. Doesn't mean I have to believe it. Right? Doesn't mean I have to agree with the player, right? Because there's plenty of things I've never agreed with that the Dolphins have done, and I was right. Right? Because they signed Ndamukong Suh, and I said no. I was right. Correct? So, there's a lot of times that I know more than the Dolphins know. I don't know why, but somehow or another, I knew Mike Wallace was in a number one wide receiver. Not sure, but I knew more than the Dolphins about that one. Somehow or another, I knew that Ryan Tannehill was never really a starting quarterback. Why would you draft a project at number 8? Somehow or another, I knew that. They didn't, but I knew it. Somehow or another, I knew Joe Philbin was a waste. They didn't, but I knew. So you want to believe a player's disgruntled or what? Listen, man, when the player wants to come out publicly and say, hey, I don't want to play with that quarterback, then I'll believe you. But if you're doing it behind the scenes, you're just a player that has an axe to grind with the team. That's all I'm seeing there. That's what I read between the lines. But you guys can believe whatever you want. I've been around this thing too damn long, dude. Way too long to believe all that stuff. So if the coach complained about Tua's work ethic, why wouldn't the players on the team? Well, who said he complained about the work ethic? That was a report. That was never, ever established anywhere. And you think about this. Think about this, okay? What is it? Written thoughts, okay? I want you to use your judgment. So a guy that played for Saban has bad work ethic. A guy that busted up both ankles and had to have titanium wires fused around his ankles because he wants to avoid that problem again to strengthen those ankles. A guy that busted his hip in late November was ready for September. Does that seem to you like a guy that has bad work ethic? I mean, just use common sense. What is it? Written thought 14. Think for yourself for once. Don't be a tool and repeat everything. Think for yourself. When somebody says something, don't just repeat it. Have some intelligence, my brother. Go over the history of time. Does Tua look like a guy that lacks work ethic? Does Tua look like a guy that lacks leadership, that lacks toughness, that lacks aggressiveness? Because his ass shouldn't be taking on another tackler. Yet he does. Gets lost in the moment. Doesn't realize he has to slide, but he becomes a football player at that moment. And anybody to think that that guy is going to blow out a hip in late November and be ready for the NFL season when you don't have to be, dude. If you're a slacker like you think he is, like you're lazy enough to believe that instead of thinking for yourself, okay? Because this is where I get pissed off, that some of you don't use your intelligence. You don't actually think for yourselves. You're just freaking parrots. Come on, man. Check the kid out, bro. From day one, how would you even question the kid's character, man? That's ridiculous. By the way, was he not the one putting together off-season workouts? Does that sound like a slacker to you? Bro, think for yourselves. There are things that go on in this world that it's just, the problem is, man, you guys don't think for yourselves. So you regurgitate whatever crap's out there and you don't ever challenge it and think and say, well, wait a minute, that's not what I see. Man, I mean, it's just like, wow, just some logic. Use it. But throughout the entire year, I painted your picture for Flo. I told you all the crap that was going on. I'm the only one that told you all the crap that was going on and what was going to end up happening. Because it was right in front of your face. Those of you that listen to the show throughout the year, you saw it. And you might have been, disagreeing with me and pissed off, but it was facts. And then it ended up becoming what it was. Think for yourselves, man. Before somebody tells you this, then say, okay, you say that, but let me see what I've seen so far. Okay, what I've seen so far doesn't tell me that. You know, you want a guy that doesn't work hard? Vontae Davis did not work hard. He's showing up smelling like liquor and partying and all that. That's a slacker. Talented as hell. But you're going to tell me that's Tua? Tua's Michael Beasley? Tua's Whiteside? Do you want to talk about people that have a problem with work ethic? I mean, we've had them here in town on different teams. Would you like me to point out more of them? Again, use common sense. I mean, to say that that guy lacks work ethic, come on, man. He made his money. He got drafted. He wasn't going to get paid any extra by being ready for September. Okay? Michael Thomas needed to get ankle surgery at the beginning of the offseason, waited till the end of the offseason so then he would miss the regular season. How's that for you now, Mr. Whatever, all for white, whatever the hell the name was there? Is that a lack of work ethic or Tua? Who got the surgery right away in November and busted his ass so he can be ready for September when he didn't even have to be ready for September. There was a quarterback in place. I mean, seriously, dude. Anybody that says that that kid lacks work ethic, you lack all credibility is what it is. Okay? Right? And if Flo or anybody else says that, they lost all credibility in my eyes. Because all I've seen from Tua Tagovailoa is heart, determination, work ethic, leadership, winner. All of that is there. Whether you believe he can play or not at this level, that's a whole different subject that we're going to discuss. But there is no discussion about work ethic. There's no discussion about toughness. There's no discussion about determination, about will, about heart. None of that can ever be questioned with that young man. This has become an attack of a guy's character when his character is absolutely amazing. I wish I could be half the man that Tua is right now, and I'm 55. I'm 55, and I'm not half the man that guy is. So it's just, whatever. You don't think he can play? That's fine, dude. We can live with that. We can go back and forth and have that discussion. You tell me that kid lacks character and all kinds of stuff, you lost me there, because that's not what I've seen from day one with Tua Tagovailoa. Gatsa Vailoa says it's the younger fans without any real life experience who are hating on this kid because they don't know anything. I don't know. I've seen all kinds of people, young, old, all kinds of people on the guy. For Tua being such a leader, he admitted he wasn't prepared and didn't know the playbook. That's called honesty, sir. He was rehabbing a hip all off season. He wasn't the number one quarterback taking the reps. He has to take the reps in order to kind of learn the whole book. Here's the question you got to ask yourself. If the QB knew he wasn't ready and the offensive coordinator told the head coach he wasn't ready to start, yet the head coach still started him against the Rams, you tell me who lacks character. And if you can't figure that one out, please leave. Oh, written Thought 14, don't ever watch this show again. Please, just do me a favor. Just do me a favor. You tell me what lacks more character. Okay? The fact that he started him when he wasn't ready, or that he was showing up Kenny Stills with, the Jay-Z music. You go ahead. You go ahead. Look what you're siding with. Okay? Check it out. So, anyway, Flores did everything he could to make Tua look bad intentionally, from his bad O-line, bad choices, O-line, OC coaches, and frosted the cake by pursuing Watson. Exactly. Hawaii Dolphin says the disgruntled defender is probably a former SEC defender who Tua kicked his butt in Alabama for 3 years. Haters, uncool. I'm going with X, personally. That's who I'm going with. Carl says, if Dable gets the Giants job, I hope he has a thick skin. Listen to FAN in New York, major sports radio channel. We're ripping him a new hole. Well, the Dable thing, it might be because he's, a newbie, and newbies make you nervous, man. Newbies make you nervous. Josh Greenwell says, when Tua blossoms this next year, the Omar Kellys and the local and national pundits should have to admit fault every dang day. Oh, they will. They will. Let's see. Julian Heistand says, am I the only one who thinks written letter was defending Tua, saying no player has bashed his work ethic, only the coach? I don't understand that. Am I the only one who thinks written letter was defending Tua, saying no player has bashed his work ethic, only the coach? Yeah, I mean, and still with all that, it's just a report that I don't really know if it's true or not. You know what I mean? So, let's see. Gotta be X, and he's going to Carolina for McCaffrey. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. Christian McCaffrey? Why would you want Christian McCaffrey? Seriously. Yeah, he's a terrific player, but can't stay healthy. No. God. So glad some of you have no skills whatsoever to be a general manager in the NFL. Oh, my God. When I hear fans tell me, oh, let's go trade for a wide receiver. Let's go trade. No, the best was yesterday. Some guy wanted to trade for a running back. And I'm like, are you out of your mind, bro? You don't trade for running backs. You draft a running back. And then maybe if he's really good, you tag him for 2 years, and then you release him. You don't even give him a second contract. That's what you do with running backs nowadays. You don't even give them a second contract. If you draft a really good back late in the first round, you keep him for 5 years. Then you tag him for 2 more. And then you say, yeah, 7 years. Yeah, we've used you enough. Go ahead. Get out of here. We'll go get another one. You don't even want to give a second contract or much less trade for a running back. Oh, my God. I lost my mind yesterday. It's a trade for a running back. I'm like, you never trade for running backs, dude. What's wrong with you? GM Hindsight, thank you, sir, for a little love on the super chat. He says, what lacks character is a coach who says he wants quality men on the team and then pushes for a franchise to mortgage the future for a predator. Amen to that. I like X for Ridley. At least that's better. Uber Beaner, that's better. That's much better. I still would trade picks and draft them, but that one I can live with that one. I can live with that one. Yeah. That's a good one. I would never, ever, not for a running back. No. Corn Iowa Productions, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Big O, we should draft Kenneth Walker from Michigan State, the bruiser. I don't have a problem with drafting a running back, and he won't be a first rounder. So, yeah, no issues with that, my friend. That makes a lot of sense. All right, 855-912-1056. By the way, we do have boxing this Friday night at Hialeah Park. I've got 2 pairs left of tickets. 2 people dropped out, so we have 2 pairs of tickets available for the boxing match. The tickets will be at will call for you. Do not send in the text if you cannot go, okay? Put your full name, email, and phone number, and I will text you back if you won. If you won. If you don't get anything back, that means you didn't win, obviously. And tickets will be at will call, all right? 855-912-1056. And remember, you can make a donation through Cash App and Venmo. That's Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. Big O, Peterson or Dable? No, I'm going to go Dable. I don't want Peterson. I don't like what happened at the end in Philadelphia there with him. Not a fan of that. And by the way, nobody's interested in Peterson, so there must be some stuff floating around. I need to, you know what? I need to dig and find out why is it that Peterson, like I'm not a Peterson guy, but it's not because I know anything like juicy that I'm not telling you, but I know he lost that locker room. So I'm wondering what the hell happened. And you have to question now that he's not mentioned anywhere. Nano traveling filmmaker. Should the Dolphins go after Sean Payton? Is it true coaches are not interested in Miami because of Greer is a lame duck? No, it's not true. That's just more crap that you're just regurgitating from somebody else that wrote something stupid that makes no sense. So it's just something that then gets repeated all the time. There's only 32 jobs, dude. No job. Not the Jags. No job. Not the Bengals. Every job is precious in the NFL. All 32 coordinators, all 32 wide receiver coaches, whatever, dude. So, no. Everybody takes the opportunity if they can. Has nothing to do with it. And Sean Payton, he's retiring. So, they own his rights. You'd have to trade for him. And they're probably going to say, well, if you want to coach, you're going to coach with us. So, it looks like he wants to decompress for a year. And, Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill, and what was the other guy? Trevor Siemian. That'll do it. That'll do it, bro. That'll do it. You go from Drew Brees to that. John Geeb, thank you, sir, for a little love on the super chat. Remember, Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We get 100% of the donation on Cash App and Venmo, Cash Big O Show. We love the super chat, but the show only gets 70% of it. So YouTube gets 30. They've got enough. But anyway, Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. If you want to do the donation also through there, we appreciate it either way. Julian says, Big O, if the Finns trade X, would you want us to consider signing or drafting a CB in the first 2 rounds or throw Needham and Noah in the fire without somewhat of a backup plan? No, I believe they will sign a veteran corner. Needham's a slot, so you're not going to play Needham on the outside. So what you do is you'll play Noah. You'll try to see if he's ready and can play. And if not, you will have a veteran that will, maybe somebody that got released last year comes back. I don't know. You never know. Now that somebody's gone. Let's see. Given the Saints cap situation, would you take a shot at Ryan Ramczyk? See, the thing is, I don't know if Ramczyk is Ramczyk available? Is he available? I know it's Teron Armstead is available in New Orleans. I don't know if Ramczyk is available, my brother. Let me check here a second because I think he's not. Let me see here. Let me see if let me see. I think he's not. Yeah, he's not. He's under contract all the way through 2026. So you have bad information. It's Teron Armstead. That's the one that's available. And that may be one that I would go after. Teron Armstead, if he's not re-signed or tagged, they have $74 million of cap issues. So Teron Armstead is definitely a guy that I would target in free agency. Orlando Brown is going to re-sign with Kansas City. They traded for him, and he kicked ass. They're going to sign him, so you can forget about that. Eric Fisher from Indy was a guy who came back from the injury and was able to play pretty well, protecting the blind side for Wentz. So that Teron Armstead, Eric Fisher could be options at tackle. At center, Ryan Jensen from Tampa. If Brady does retire, I think he's going to come back. But if Brady retires, I wonder if Jensen then wants to go somewhere else. That's a center that you need. Brandon Scherf from Washington is another guard that's available for the Dolphins. Laken Tomlinson from San Francisco, guard that's available. Connor Williams, a left guard with Dallas. That's not bad for Miami. Andrew Norwell also played pretty well for the Jags. These are all options at guard. Tackle, I would say Armstead and Fisher are options. And Jensen at center also might be an option. Okay. So there you go. You want Alvin Kamara for what? What do you want Alvin Kamara for, sir? Huh? What do you want Alvin Kamara for? Walk me through that. Because I believe he's under contract too, isn't he? So one guy wants Ryan Ramczyk, who's under contract. I think, I got to look it up, but I think Alvin Kamara is another guy you got to trade for. I don't know if I'm trading for a Kamara. If they haven't given him, I thought they gave him a contract. Let me see. Yeah, he's signed through 2025 also. He's got an out after 2024. What is it with you guys that you want to sign people that are already under contract? So you want to trade for Alvin Kamara? I'm so glad that so many of you have nothing to do with the general manager position.
Hey, O.
Yes.
I'm following the chat a little bit. I think what's going on is they think because the Saints are so far over the cap, they're going to have to just start dumping guys.
Well, let's wait till they actually have to dump them, right? So that doesn't mean, that they're going to drop Alvin Kamara. You guys are silly, man. Seriously. I mean, fans some of you have no sense of reality whatsoever. You just talk crap right out of your ass and nothing. You look up nothing, you know nothing. You just say stuff. You just stand around the water cooler and just talk absolute garbage. It's really just amazing. Yeah, Kamara is great for fantasy points, but not great for a conversation when he's under contract. So let's wait till they're. This is why I've said before, right, that I don't like to get too much into free agency talk because you don't know who's really available. And until they tag people and then we find out, because if not, then we got this silly fools asking, hey, let's get Ryan Ramczyk. Well, he's under contract. Well, let's get Alvin Kamara. Well, he's under contract. So you think the Saints are just going to, just start cutting great players? Horn Dog says, the only person I'm trading from the Saints is Sean Payton. They can have our first-round pick. I would too, but it's not going to happen. It looks like he's decompressing for a year. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like he hasn't ruled out returning, but they own his rights. So next year, you'll have to trade for him if you want him next year. Or they'll say, you're coaching for us or you're not coaching. That's it. Let's see. What else do we have? For years, I always search for great Dolphin content. Found it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you, man. Very nice. Richard says, Big O, I want a 220-pound linebacker, running back from the draft that can move the pile and get extra 12 inches. I'm with you there. Let's get an extra 3 feet. Let's go with the whole yard. But I'm with you. I get what you're saying. And they will this year. Now that Flo's not here, watch them invest in a running back in the top 3 rounds. Pretty sure they're going to do that. Unless there's some kind of a free agent available that they can sign, a veteran that they can come in and, that can block right away and run the ball and all that. Because obviously if you draft a young guy, you got to make sure that he's got the blocking scheme down pat. That's very, very important. Stevie TV says, Teron Armstead. See, Stevie TV has logic. At least he says a player that is a free agent. Ryan Ramchek's not a free agent, and neither is Alvin Kamara. Maybe they become tradable options or something down the line. But right now, they're under contract. So at least Teron Armstead, that makes a lot of sense. You know what also makes a lot of sense? To take a break right now. Okay, let's get ready for hour number 3 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed. No. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop. No! Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. That's BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
It's hour number 3, man, on the program. In this hour, Joe Shad for the Palm Beach Post will join us. So we'll talk a little Miami Dolphins with Joe Shad, and you'll be getting more Joe Shad soon, too. Yes. Vanessa Naranjo. Thank you, Vanessa. Very nice of you. Thank you for giving us some love on the Super Chat. And John Guib giving us some love on the Super Chat. He says, sorry, I know he's under contract. I meant trade. All right. No trading for running backs. No trading for offensive linemen. Sign them in free agency. I don't think you want to be giving up a bunch of picks. Plus, there's players available in free agency. Okay. And somebody, Greg there says, Armstead has never played a full season. He always gets hurt. That is true, actually. Armstead's a really good player, but he does break down. Yes, he has had his share of injuries. That is a real concern with Armstead. I would personally, with Armstead, now, the thing is, there aren't a lot of great options at free agency. So Fisher would be the other guy because I don't think you're going to really have a shot at Orlando Brown. Kansas City traded for Orlando Brown. He played really well, as expected. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to give him the money. You know what I mean? They've been really creative. So if they traded for him, they knew they were going to have to sign him this year. So they're probably prepared for that already. So I don't expect to get Orlando Brown. But there aren't a lot of options at tackle. So Fisher would be the next guy that you could probably go for at tackle to try to get by at least overall. And then you may have to draft another guy. But you've got guards. So you can go get if somehow or another you think Hunt can play tackle, then let's say you get Fisher and you put him at left tackle and you put Hunt at right guard, and then let's say you go and sign a Lincoln Tomlinson or a Connor Williams or something like that, and you put him at left guard. You do something like that, or a Ryan Jensen at center, and then you move Dieter over to guard or something along those lines. But you're going to have to do something like that. And you still have to draft a running back. You still have to either draft or sign a wide receiver. It's going to be hard in free agency. You're probably better off drafting a wide receiver. Okay? I think in the draft, you can resolve your wide receiver and your running back issue. So Richard Ray also gives us some love on the Super Chat. He says, Big O, every time some idiot talks about getting a QB, please ask them who's available. I feel like laughing. Great show. Thank you. It's that just people don't do their homework. That's the problem. They just throw crap out and then they don't even think about it. Like the one guy is sent in about Teron Armstead. There's a guy that does his homework. I like that. And those of you chime in with something that's logical. Okay, it's available. Oh, no, let's go get Alvin Kamara. Well, he's not available. Well, they're over the cap. They'll be cutting people. Okay, well, let's wait till they actually cut him. And if they cut Alvin Kamara, then we'll talk. Patricia says, Big O, Pat and Robert from Colorado love you. Congrats to you and your success, always listening. Well, thank you, Patricia. We love you, Patricia. We love Robert also out there in Colorado. I hope to party with you at Red Rocks one day where we rock out to another band. By the way, I am going to Vegas. It has been written in the stars, okay? Tinny Timpa, right? Tinny Timpe or whatever it is. Written in the stars. I like that song, by the way. Biffy Clyro, I'm a monster. I know most of you are gonna go, you're huh? What? Huh? You're the RCA dog right now, huh? What? Huh? Biffy Clyro is a Scottish trio. and I'm a enormous Biffy Clyro fan. I've got all their music. I listen to them religiously. Black Chandelier, by the way, is my favorite song of theirs, if you're asking. And so they are coming to North America. They are going to places like Chicago, Washington, Boston, Toronto, New York, Philadelphia. They're going to Columbus, Ohio. They're going to Nashville. They're going to Atlanta. They're going to Dallas, Tempe, San Francisco, San Diego, Los Angeles, and they're going to Las Vegas. So we are going to go. We bought the tickets yesterday already. House of Blues, May 4th, Las Vegas. We're there. So we're going to see Primus on the 3rd here, and then fly right out to Vegas. Vegas, baby. And go see Biffy Clyro at the House of Blues. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay? So I'm looking forward to a little Biffy Clyro in Vegas. Love Biffy. I have never seen Biffy Clyro. I cannot wait. In fact, you know what I'm thinking of? You know what? I might tell my buddy. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Let me just get completely disgusting here. You know, I'm going to talk to him because maybe what we should do is see him in Vegas on the 4th. Then either go to San Francisco on the 6th at the Fillmore, or San Diego on the 7th, or Los Angeles on the 9th, which is the last stop. Ooh, that's what we'll do. Maybe I'll see them in San Diego and Los Angeles and get just really ugly and see them like 3 times. Because you fly to, you just fly to Vegas. We can actually drive to California, see them there, and then fly out of Los Angeles. Leave the car there, and I'm done. Or fly over to Los Angeles. What is it, $50 or something? 75. So I'm going to do, for sure, Vegas on the 4th. Probably piss my wife off and tell her, well, I'm going to stay out there for a couple days. You're welcome to come. Oh, I've got work. Oh, sorry, honey. I'm so sorry. She's not really like this Biffy Clyro fan anyways. I'm the absolute nut of Biffy Clyro. Oh, how much V-Chain have you bought on this mega dippity dip? Plenty. Yes, I have bought plenty. Yes, I have a heavy bag of V-Chain, okay? So I accumulate V-Chain as much as I can. And it's been stagnant. It went up to 25 cents at one point and then went back down. It's fine with me. I know where this thing is going, so I have accumulated more. I have a ton as it is, but I have accumulated more. Yes, I have. It's a great opportunity to get V-Chain, bro. And let me tell you something. The day Coinbase adds it, because I've realized that in the Northeast, they can't get OKCoin, they can't get Crypto.com, they can't get Voyager, they can't get anything. They can only get Coinbase, which is like the worst one. OKCoin kicks, Coinbase's ass. Crypto.com kicks their ass. Binance kicks their ass. Voyager kicks their ass. Most of these other services are better than Coinbase. And I know Coinbase is easy to use. Actually, that's where I give OKCoin so much credit. They have created an app that makes it so easy for the beginner in crypto because, it can be confusing and it's intimidating. But, man, when they add VeChain on Coinbase, the people in the Northeast that have never had and I've heard of VeChain, they will then scoop it up and it's going to skyrocket, Now, just waiting, man. Not a financial advisor, just a guy that loves crypto. The Greater Good says Watson won't take a snap in 2022. The legal issues won't be resolved in time. Maybe later on in the year, but I'm with you, man. I'm with you, Greater Good. I think it's going to last a while. It's a pain in the ass. That's why I was laughing at, Drew Rosenhaus and media members across the country thinking that it was going to happen 2 weeks before the season started or by the trading deadline, the second go around. And it was like, don't you people understand that there's all these legal issues? They can't just speed this up. And we're in COVID. Let's see. Anthony says, Big O, huge question for you and listeners here. Does anyone watch the Dolphins game on TV on mute and play just the local radio broadcast while watching the game? Want to try that one game? I don't, so I can't tell you. Karen says, Big O, as someone that's in journalism in the media, how do you differentiate a legitimate news article from a fake-based article? It's a big issue these days. Huge fan of the show. It's hard, but I want you to think for yourselves at times. That's what I try to tell you. You know, okay, the article or whatever was said. Okay, now take inventory of whatever they're talking about. Now look at everything that's happened. Like the Tua work ethic thing. Like, okay, you say that, but wait a minute. Where's the proof? I only see a guy that's calling for workouts with his teammates. I only see a guy that works his ass off to rehab a hip, which most of us would have busted our hips against Mississippi and said, yeah, I'm done. I'll take my degree and go. This guy said, no. I'm going to be ready in a couple of months to work out for teams. Do you know the kind of work ethic you got to have to repair that hip and get to that? These are things that's what I tell you. Think for yourselves before anybody tells you anything. And then look at it. Then take some time. Be objective and look at what's going on. And then assess it. And then say it. But don't go off some Facebook fact. Don't go off of what somebody else tells you. That's what you got to do. Because the media gets fooled too, man. Because they're human beings just like the rest of you. You know, media members aren't perfect either. So they may think they're writing the right thing, but they got fooled. Or they have an agenda. Or they're just wrong. And they don't even know it. You know? So all of these things can happen. But think for yourselves. Take a little inventory on what's going on. Big O, I can't seem to find your referral link for OKCoin. Isn't it right here on our page, right here on YouTube? It's right here on our page on YouTube. You can go look at our link there. Share $20 of Bitcoin. So get it there. Get some free Bitcoin, baby. All right? Check it out. I'm sure, right? Isn't the referral link there, Sean? I want to say
yes.
Yeah, there you go. You got a referral link there. You can got a referral link for Nature B, right? Is Nature B's link down there too? There you go. Little Nature B. We got all kinds of links down there. Okay. Sloman Shield. Got the link down there. Let's see. Gus 1388 says guard Brandon Brooks announces his retirement. 2012 third round pick of the Texans, was a 3-time Pro Bowler as a Super Bowl champ. That's right. You had Caldwell, no Dable in your top 3. Would you prefer Peterson over Dable? No, I don't want Peterson. I'm not a Peterson guy. I'm going Jim Caldwell, and then I'll go with Dable. Okay? Because Del Rio's not in the mix. So I'll go with Caldwell and then Dable. As I've said that Dable, out of the never had the opportunity guys, that would be the guy I would lean on. Even though it's not my favorite thing to do, but Dable's the one guy that I would target and say, okay, that one I understand. And I get the feeling that Dable will work with the front office in building a staff. Like, he will allow them to help him. The aforementioned Jack Del Rio. I would love to steal Jack Del Rio from Washington. If you hire Dable, have Jack Del Rio be your head coach, your defensive coordinator, your head coach of your defense. In other words, that way Dable doesn't have to worry about the defense at all, dude. I'm just saying, that would be really, really good if they can do that. Big O starting crypto today, doing on Robinhood. No. No Robinhood. No. Dude, at OKCoin, I can give you free Bitcoin. You're not going to get free Bitcoin. And OKCoin is 1,000 times better than Robinhood. And it's got like 60 coins. Robinhood doesn't have. They have very limited. No. Did I tell you no? No. And listen, not because they're my sponsor. I've been talking about OKCoin before they were a sponsor. So you know it's legit. But go to crypto.com, dude. Voyager, please. No Robinhood. Hell, I'll even tell you, oh my God, this hurts me. Go to Coinbase over Robinhood. Oh God, I don't even know. I got a shower. I said Coinbase. Oh God. No Robinhood, bro. Seriously. No Robinhood. Do you want to make money? You buy on crypto.com. You can't stake on Robinhood. You can stake on crypto.com. Like if you buy Polygon, you can stake it for 15%. So while it went up 20% today, you're also earning 15%. You do the math. On crypto.com, you can do that too. Please, no Robinhood. No Robinhood. Ever for crypto. No. That pains me that somebody's going to make that mistake. Please tell me you got my message. Please tell me that you heard me. That you're not going to make the mistake of going to Robinhood for crypto. Oh, my God. Oh, man. JP on Sports says, to hell with Robinhood. Andres says, Robinhood is Mickey Mouse. Robinhood be stopping the buy button, stopping the sell button. Yeah, I know. Robinhood has done a lot of shady stuff, dude. Please do not lose your money in Robinhood. Let's see. Anyone else see the links? I have checked the PC and phone. Michael, it's here on YouTube. It's on our YouTube page. What you're watching, scroll under. I have it on YouTube. I mean, I have it on Twitter, but I mean, you got to scroll down. Let me put a fresh one for you on Twitter. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna put a fresh link on Twitter for you right now. There you go. I just posted it on Twitter right now. Okay? It's on Twitter. All right. Let's see, what else do we have here? Solana is very good. Buy the dip. Yes. They've had some issues, by the way. Big O, what will happen if all the top candidates go elsewhere? With what then? If that happens, the team will suck for a long time. The team's already sucked for a long time, sir. So what's a long time? You mean a longer time? You mean an even longer amount of time? First of all, this is what I don't understand. I get it, man. We haven't gotten over the hump in like 40 years, so you can only talk about the negative. Can we just put that stuff off a little bit? Can we wait till the coaches are all hired and then say it's negative? Or can we just wait because maybe they get a coach? And maybe they're targeting a guy that we don't know and we don't figure, and maybe they're targeting the right guy. I have no idea. But you know what I'm not going to do here for the next couple of months? I'm just not going to be negative to be negative. I'm not doing that. Okay? So if some of you out there want to torture yourselves, I'm not doing that, dude. Okay? Sorry. You guys want to live your entire off seasons, this off season slamming Tua and slamming the franchise and oh, we won't get a coach. Or let's wait till things develop, and then we'll find out, and then we will obviously critique or compliment or whatever we have to do. But let's wait till the coaching search is actually officially done before we are already setting up a scenario of hell, like my man here. Oh, man. Not showing in show description, Big O. I don't think it's in show description. I think it's under. You have to scroll under. Can you explain, Sean, how they get to the link? Well, just go to my Twitter page. It's there for OK Coin. It's there already. I posted it.
It's on the channel page. When you hit the Big O's face, you hit the drop down. It's right there.
There you go. Face, hit drop down. It's there. Okay? So check it out. After Daboll, who's your top choice? I don't know if I have one, actually. I don't know. I don't even have one. It's Caldwell, Del Rio, and Daboll. That's it. After that, I'm done. I don't know what you want. I don't know what more you want me to do. I can't. I'd be lying to you and tell you that I'm excited about any of the other names. It would, like, if you like, I know some of you like Mike McDaniel because of all the sound bites and everything that's gone viral and whatever. I get it. Prisoners of the moment and all that excitement. Mike McDaniel would not get me excited, but at least I would be patient to say, all right, let me see what Mike McDaniel surrounds himself with. And then all of a sudden, if I start to see a bunch of veteran coaches around what did I tell you about Daboll right now? I said, I would love to steal Jack Del Rio from Washington. So Jack Del Rio runs the defense and Brian Daboll doesn't have to worry about it. Remember when Sean McVay first took over, he had Wade Phillips kind of like his head coach of his defense, and all he had to do was worry about the same thing. But I love that Sean McVay was willing to do that. It is ego, unlike Flo, just like, hey, yeah, man, take over here. You know what I mean? He didn't want to allow Chan Gailey to take over on that side, which why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? So that's where I would kind of look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just not going to sit here and just slam everything just to be bitter about it all. I'm pissed. They didn't make the playoffs. It sucks. They had to fire the coach. It sucks. They took a step back. I am disappointed as everybody else is. But I'm just not going to paint doom and gloom on everything right now. I'll wait till it's doom and gloom, and then we'll go doom and gloom. But let me see who they hire. Let me see what staff they put together. Let me see what happens in free agency. Let me see what happens in the draft. Let me see how things come together. I don't know. Sometimes you things change as time goes on. The Heat's a great example. I didn't like these contracts for long term. Still don't. I don't like the Lowry and Butler deals long term. But I said, hey, for this first year, they'll be healthy enough that they can make a pretty deep run in the Eastern Conference. Well, lo and behold, some guy Yurtseven develops, some guy Caleb Martin, some guy named Gabe Vincent, some guy named Max Strus, and we still have Depot waiting in the wings that if he can come back, and then all of a sudden you have all these other players that you had. I'm starting to think now, hell, you can easily win the East now. You're one of the best teams, if not the best team in the East, because you're deeper than most and you're better coached than most. Now I'm thinking not just a deep run in the East. Now I'm thinking the Heat have a shot at the title now, as deep as they are. I'm not telling you they're going to win it, but I'm telling you I think they got a shot now. Why? Because as time goes on, you reassess the situation. I didn't know anything about Flo when they hired him, but I liked what I saw the first couple of years, and then in the third year, things started to happen that I didn't like. And guess what? The judgment, the assessment changes because you acquire knowledge. You see things, you watch things develop, and then you say, well, wait a minute. Things have changed. Hold on. This is not what I thought it was. And that's it. We all loved what we saw from Gase the first year. After that, I didn't like anything I saw from Gase for the next 2 years. What am I going to do? That's just the way it is. You can like or hate something at the beginning, but you must be objective while you're at it to then realize what you're seeing and saying, oh, it's actually better than I thought. The Heat. It's actually worse than I thought. Flo, Gase. That's just the way it is. So let's wait for the offseason to develop. Let's see who is the coach that's hired. Then let's find out who are the assistant coaches, as we have learned with Joe Philbin, as we have learned with Flo. It's not just the head coach. Let's find out who are the assistant coaches. Then let's find out what happens in free agency. Who is signed, who is lost, who is traded. Then let's find out what happens in the draft. All of these chapters will then write themselves, and then we will kind of, when we get to the conclusion, we now will start making our own conclusions. But at that point, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the proof. We will have what's been done at coaching, free agency, the draft, trades, practices, injuries, all of that, and then we can make an assessment. But to start from this moment and just to be negative about everything, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Let me wait. And let me see what happens. Let's be smart about it. Speaking of smart, Joe Shad from the Palm Beach Post and our AmericanDreamLending.com Miami Dolphins report. He will join us next.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can...
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending Report.
The man, the myth, the legend that is Joe Shad. How you doing, my man? You doing all right?
Doing well, Big O. How are you?
Very good. Can't complain. Talk to me a little bit about this coaching search because it somehow or another, I don't know what's going on, but they may want to talk to Flores again with the G-men. The Polian thing in Chicago looks like maybe that is going to lead to my guy Jim Caldwell going there. Is there a chance that Dable falls here now? Is that how the dominoes might be falling in place if Flo goes to the Giants?
I hope so. I'd love to see Brian Flores with the New York Giants. He's a Brooklyn guy. Let's see how he plays in that New York market and that New York audience.
Oh, it'll be great. The disaster will be beautiful. It'll be so awesome. It'll be glorious.
It'll be Adam Gase-like.
Yes, without the eyes.
The pizza. That was one of the great
tacos
online.
The tacos. Remember the tacos?
Tacos. Hey, listen, I'm sure the Dolphins are hoping that Brian Dable is available, that he does not join his, Buffalo Bills counterpart with the New York Giants. This is not ideal in terms of the number of job openings now with Sean Payton becoming the 9th job opening. There are some reports that Byron Leftwich is the strong leader to become the Jacksonville Jaguars head coach. So that'll be interesting to see. That seemed like a no-brainer, common sense hire all along. And for the Dolphins, Dable would be the most common sense, no-brainer, logical hire. I mean, you weaken the Buffalo Bills, you hire their offensive coordinator, the guy who's changed the trajectory of Josh Allen into one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. So that's the one that makes the most sense. And, after that, there's a lot less obvious choices, even though I think Dan Quinn would be okay if he had the right offensive coordinator.
It was so inconsistent, those teams in Atlanta with him. They were so streaky. He just does nothing for me whatsoever, man. That's one that does. And the other one is Vance Joseph. Those two, they're kind of like retreads. They've had their opportunities, and it's just sometimes, the next go around you live, you learn, and you get better. I know that happens with some coaches, but man, I almost feel like without Caldwell or Dable, it's almost like I don't know if I can get excited about the coach. It's almost like a wait and see type of thing with the rest of the guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton type of hire for sure. I'm sure that Stephen Ross would love a rock star hire like that. You mentioned Quinn and Joseph having had NFL experience, obviously getting fired. As you know, that has worked out well for a lot of NFL teams in the past, Bill Belichick included, guys who were fired and then go on to great success. I think that Quinn and
how many of those are there outside of Belichick, by the way? How many of those?
Somewhere I can Google it.
We talk about that now. I'm trying to think about who's the coach that sucked the first go around outside of Belichick, because we always use that as the example. And then I'm trying to think of who's the guy that was terrible. And
Pete Carroll got fired.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Or was that once or twice? Was it Jets and Patriots?
Yeah, twice.
Yeah, then Seattle. So it was the third go around for him. Who else?
There have been stories written about this, and there are 5 or 6 names that are really good.
I know,
they're not on the tip of my tongue, but they're out there.
I'm usually pretty good at this crap, and I'm trying to think of the guys.
Well, Andy Reid, right?
He was successful in Philadelphia.
So you're saying because he was successful in a previous stop?
Dude, he went to 4 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl. Just because he didn't win it doesn't mean
I guess the idea is just that he's a coach he was fired, right?
Joe, we would give limbs to have the career that Andy Reid had in Philadelphia here in Miami. Limbs. Just that. We know no Super Bowl, but damn, that was a lot of winning in Philadelphia, dude. I'm trying to there has to be more, and I'm just overlooking them.
Yeah, and they might not necessarily be coaches that
Mike Shanahan, that's a good one. Harold, nice job by you listening, because he sucked at the Raiders, and then he went on to be a stud with Denver. So, yeah, that's a really good one there. Shanahan is definitely one of them. There you go, the listeners.
So Bruce Arians. Bruce Arians, was he fired by the Steelers?
No, he took over as Indy and was successful, and then went to Arizona, and he was fine in Arizona. He didn't. Yeah, he was good in Arizona. They went to the Super Bowl with Kurt Warner.
What did he do, retire?
Yeah, I think he had some health issues and then came back to Tampa.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, I guess, it's not the same, but he is a guy who had previous head coaching experience and then has found success in his most recent stop. I guess I'm just saying in general, I don't mind the idea that Quinn and Joseph very likely learned some valuable lessons in their previous experience. I think it's a plus, not a minus.
I'm with you. And by the way, John Gruden and Tony Dungy are not examples. Tony Dungy was very successful in Tampa. We got to get off this shit, dude. Just because you don't win a Super Bowl doesn't mean you're not a good coach. Marv Levy is a Hall of Famer. I don't care what anybody tells me. So let's stop with that already, okay? And what was the other one? John Gruden was actually successful in Oakland. He took them to an AFC championship game, I think, and a Super Bowl, right? Did they lose the Super Bowl? Yeah, they lost the Super Bowl, right? No, it was just the AFC championship game, and the quarterback got an MVP and everything there. So no, he was successful. So I wouldn't. And Dungy, no, and Dick Vermeil was successful in Philadelphia.
I should know this.
Some of you have very little history in your brains of football. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Don Shula had success in.
He got to a Super Bowl, bro, with Johnny Unitas.
But obviously, he had been a head coach somewhere else before.
He lost, but he wasn't a disaster like Adam Gase or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick are the two most obvious.
Those are excellent
examples.
Those and
people
the
wouldn't have thought that what happened would happen.
Yeah, those were excellent. Carroll and Belichick are definitely top of the heap right there. Jim Mora. All right, so when do you think this search is going to end? Are you getting a feeling for what happens with the coach?
Well, it's got to be some dominoes, right? Who does Denver hire? Do they take Dan Quinn off the table? Who does the Giants hire? Who do the Giants hire? Do they take Brian Daboll off the table? I have not heard that the Dolphins were necessarily going to require a second round of interviews because of the thoroughness and comprehensiveness of the initial round. So don't get too worried about the fact that you keep hearing, Daboll had a second interview with the Giants and Quinn had a second interview with the Broncos and the Bears. Don't panic about that. Every organization has their own way of doing interviews. But yeah, it's really weird. It's been more than 2 weeks now and nobody's been hired. So I think it's a dominoes type thing. It's kind of like free agency, one receiver goes and then another, and then you see a run on receivers. I'd like to see this thing wrapped up by the time I head to the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama on Monday. I sure hope there's not a press conference while I'm in Mobile, Alabama. You don't think so?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be resolved by the Senior Bowl, bro.
Yeah.
I don't. I think it's going to be resolved just after the Senior Bowl. I think they might use the Senior Bowl as an interview week. You know what's really interesting, Joe, is that normally you would get the head coach or Chris Grier at the Senior Bowl. You may not get Chris Grier at the Senior Bowl this time.
There's no way. Yeah, there's no way that
they don't have a decision.
Yeah, if the head coach hasn't been announced, there's no way that Chris Grier is going to hold a news conference.
Right.
I'd like to think that we might casually chat for a few minutes, but I don't think he's going to hold a press conference.
Yeah, I doubt it because you'll pepper him with all kinds of coaching questions that he doesn't want to answer right now because he's in the process of all of that stuff. So, they're probably smart enough to know, we got to hold off on that press conference. So,
I guess I just thought of this, Big O. There's like 5 or 6 offensive tackles at the Senior Bowl.
Yes.
On my radar. And since the Dolphins aren't going to have Lem Jean-Pierre there, I'm thinking that I can put together my notes and then just turn them over to the Dolphins, so that when their coaches come in, they have a head start.
Something tells me your notes will be better than Pepe Le Pew.
I'm going to be like, hey, Chris, you got to take the Northern Iowa guy. Big O taught me how to watch trench drills. And
here you go.
According to my trained eyes, even though Brian Flores would say I'm not in the trenches, according to my trained eyes, the guy from Northern Iowa, no one ran around him the whole week.
So make sure, Joe.
Really complex,
Here's a little note. Here's a little note that an old grizzled offensive line coach gave me years ago. He goes, "Watch them on the snap." And watch when they make contact. If they blink when they make contact, that's already a negative. And I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah. If they blink on the contact, that gives the defender a slight edge to make the next move because by the time he opens his eyes, he has to readjust.
You mean literally blink? They look at his eyes.
They look at it. That's something that they. Yeah. There's all kinds of little nuggets that. If you sit there with a coach like I've done and you're like, okay, what are you looking for here, there, whatever. And he told me that once. He's like, look at the eyes. I don't like it when they blink.
No, I did
Because
not go
that
to
gives the
senior.
defender that next gives the defender that next step, and then when he opens his eyes, it's another adjustment like right away. And I'm like, wow, really? But your blinking is so quick. He goes, yeah, and so are the defenders. And so it's like we teach them to keep their eyes open on contact. Look at your man when you're making contact with him. That's what they do. So you have to then reteach them to keep their eyes open when they make
Well, whoever
contact.
that coach is, whoever that coach was, let's go ahead and hire him, and then we'll get him working with Austin Jackson, Solomon Kinley, and Liam Eichenberg. And
I can tell you he's worked for about 4 or 5 teams in the NFL, 2 of them in this division.
I'm not going to even try to guess.
No. You won't be able to guess it, but that's not the point. That's just,
Last year, I didn't go to the Senior Bowl because of the COVID deal, but they moved it to a new location where they often practice indoors.
South Alabama.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to have a little better look at the drills, better than I get at Dolphins training camp. They used to let us right down there. That was so much fun.
Yeah, man. The Jimmy and Wanstead days were the best because we were right on the field. We could walk the whole field, man. That was awesome.
Maybe the new coach will be really cool and be receptive to all sorts of ideas, like answering our questions and telling us the truth.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, but yeah, maybe you'll get a human being and not a robot this time around. Yeah, I hope for yours. Yeah, listen, man, I want you guys back in the locker room too, because then I can get some of the great stories that you guys can put together so we can find out about
the
these
Saints
guys.
Coach, brought that up yesterday in his press conference. I thought that was awesome. He goes, I have respect for the work you guys in the media do, and I have empathy for the challenges that you faced in the COVID era, being unable to develop the relationships with my players. I just love that he said that. I'm like, God, please come to Miami.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, they own his rights, like I've been telling Dolph fans, and it looks like he wants to decompress. It doesn't look like he's using this like, no, you need to trade me right now or I'm going to retire for a year or 2 or whatever, and you guys are screwed and you'll get nothing. It looks like he really needs to decompress for a year.
I think 50% he goes the Bill Cowher route where he just actually realizes he likes the life of being on TV and being able to play some more golf. And then 50% he's the Cowboys coach in 2 or 3 years.
Well, he learned what life is without the quarterback. And he's like, dude, if I don't find another one again, do I really want to keep doing this? So maybe you're right. You might be right that a year away, he might say, you know what? I won my title. I got nothing else to prove. I'm out of here.
So would you rather go coach Daniel Jones with the Giants, Drew Lock with the Broncos, or Tua with the Dolphins?
Oh, I'll go Tua. I've never been a Daniel Jones guy. I like Drew Lock, actually. I'm one of the few that actually likes Drew Lock. I know he's erratic. I know he has this gunslinger thing in him that you're going to have to somewhat tame a little bit. You never want to take it away from any of these kind of guys. But I just think that with Tua, if you give him the damn line and the coaching, I think he'll be fine. So I'll go Tua.
I have a question for you. I was doing research at who might be available at 30 now that the Dolphins unfortunately are picking 30 instead of 15. What if one of the quarterbacks is there? What if Malik Willis from Liberty or the Pitt kid somehow falls out of the top 10? There's a third quarterback too. It's slipping my mind. He was supposed to be really good. Oh, the North Carolina kid. Sam Howell, I think it is.
Yeah, Sam Howell is awesome. Yes.
So is there any scenario, Big O, Mr. Tua, through which you would be comfortable with the Dolphins actually taking a quarterback there, one of those 3 guys?
Who I would not know. I don't at this point. I don't.
What if the Pitt kid falls from 12 to 30? The New Jersey kid.
Yeah, no, I like him. Actually.
There's a history of this Pitt guy slipping to the Dolphins,
Well, there's history of one Pitt guy slipping to the Dolphins. The problem I have with that is that you're going to have an opportunity to probably get a real impact player that you need there at middle linebacker, at offensive tackle, at what's it called? maybe cornerback, because if you do trade X, which I believe they will trade X when it's all said and done, so it'll be Iggy, and then you get another guy.
There's an Auburn kid, but you can't draft the Auburn kid because you just took Igbenogany. Imagine if Chris Grier takes 2 Auburn corners at 30 in a 2 or 3 year span. That'd be he was not in last year's draft, was he? Igbenogany for 2 years, right?
The problem that we don't know is, okay, so if he takes an Auburn kid, does this mean that this is his Auburn kid and then the other guy took the other Auburn kid, or did Chris Grier screw up with the first Auburn kid, so now he's taking the second Auburn kid? I don't know.
I can guarantee you that.
I think he'll go veteran, bro, by the way. I think they'll go like a veteran that's established, and by the way, the guy that left the year before, and after he blew out his shoulder moving to safety, does he come back to back up the young kid and maybe take over if Iggy struggles? What do you think?
Who are you talking about? McCain?
Yeah.
To play corner? He's a safety now.
No, now he's a safety, but he's really a corner.
I like Bobby McCain, but he was a nickel slot corner. You want to talk about bringing guys back? I'd like to see Jarvis Landry come back. Now, he got mad at me because I made a couple of jokes about Cleveland that I didn't know the backstory about how Adam Gase had threatened to ship him to Cleveland. I didn't know all that. I was just making fun of how cold it is in Cleveland. And then he talked about how, Cleveland fans are real football people or whatever, which, they probably are. It's like Buffalo. I mean, there's nothing else to do, right? You wonder, why are these people jumping into tables with no shirts? They got nothing else to do.
Those people are wild, dude. Those people are
I'm
wild.
not going to apologize for the fact that there's a lot to do in South Florida. If you want to watch the Big O show, you want to read my columns, you want to do it at the beach, that's fine. You want to do it at the nightclub, that's fine.
That's right.
There's plenty to do. I'm not going to apologize for it.
Damn right. You never apologize.
I don't need to live in Cleveland or Buffalo.
Oh, amen. I was just in Cleveland recently, bro, for the Genesis concert, and I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. It's the Genesis concert, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the NFL Hall of Fame, and I flew right back.
The only 3 states I've never been to, Big O. This is pretty impressive. I don't know how many of your guests have only there's 50,
which one?
Right? So 47 out of 50. Can you guess the 3 states I've never been to?
Alaska.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to go. You've never been to Idaho.
I have.
You have?
Boise State. Remember, I did college football for 11 years.
That's right. You did college.
So where is there no NFL?
So then I'm going north. I'm going North Dakota.
Yes.
And South Dakota?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And Adam Beasley and I were going to do a little drive from Minneapolis or Green Bay, just skim those states so I could say I've been to them. And
but isn't it un-American? We have to all go to South Dakota anyway, right? We got to go see.
Is that where they have Tua carved out of the?
Yeah, they're adding Tua as the 5th one now. They're in the process of that right now. Tua will be the 5th head on the Mount Rushmore. Okay. Besides that, I also got to go to that biker thing that they've got over there, Sturgis. I got to go. With
Montana is beautiful. Do you watch that streaming show that's very popular? The one with Kevin Costner.
No, I don't. What's it called? Oh, that's that Western one.
It's really good.
It's good, huh? It looked good.
Show on television, Yellowstone.
Okay.
I went to Montana once. Incredibly beautiful. I want to go back. I've been trying to get my wife to go to Montana or Idaho or something like that. We've never been to like Lake Havasu or what's that? Lake Tahoe. We've never done that stuff.
I went there for my wedding for my honeymoon. Was Lake Tahoe.
Okay.
Skied Heavenly, I believe is what that mountain is called.
Yep.
That's there in Lake Tahoe.
Yep.
It's a beautiful. You're going up the gondola and you're just looking down at that lake, and it's just it's picturesque.
Dolphin fans can go this year to San Francisco and Los Angeles. Those are kind of the 2 cool road trips. We missed out on Las Vegas as in a second straight year because of the Raiders' result in the final week.
But we're going this year for the draft.
The draft is in Las Vegas. Do you go?
We are going. We're covering the draft in Vegas. So The show will be there. Yes. Yeah, this show's going to start hitting the road, bro. Once all the sponsors are built up, we're hitting the road. And they're getting more of Joe Shad.
I love this, man. I enjoy it.
Wait till you see what we got brewing. It happens already. It's already, if we're finalizing it. I think I told you what I was working on. It's It's done. It's done.
Special events are a good idea.
The only thing that sucks for you is you're gonna have to drive a little bit, but that's all right. It's probably in one of the grooviest places in all of South Florida. Okay, one of the hippest places in all of South Florida, where we're doing this event.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to up my appearance fee, and I'm gonna have a what do they call that? A rider? Is that a rider?
Yes.
So a bottle of Captain.
This is going to be the biggest dolphin media event that will be held every month. Nobody has ever done anything like this. This is going to be a killer event, man. I'm looking forward. I'm really excited about this.
Well, I hope the Dolphins have a head coach by then.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Maybe he'll come. I mean, Dable, Quinn, Vance Joseph, these are really cool guys. They might actually come to the event if you say, drop by.
By the way, do you know Marcel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He joins the family next week.
Good.
So how about that? So it's a nice big family here on the show. Plenty of Dolphins angles being covered here on the program. All right, follow him on Twitter at Shad Joe. More importantly, folks, subscribe to the Palm Beach Post, please, like I do and many others do, and support Joe and all the great writers there. What are you working on the Palm Beach Post, Joe, so folks can check it out?
Well, I'm actually doing some Senior Bowl research. So I found a few running backs that I think are kind of like in that third, fourth round range.
Nice.
Few receivers in that third, fourth round range. You know, it's kind of, we talk about the Dolphins draft capital. At the moment, they only have 3 top 100 picks. So that's not a lot. It's not as much as you might like. Everyone says, well, they got the 2 first rounders.
Well, that's normal. That's normal.
You're right.
They have their
You
normal.
get a little spoiled. Yeah, it's like when you get it's like when you get divorced from a rich person and they say that you're supposed to make them, what is that? The lifestyle they're accustomed to.
Right.
Dolphins fans are used to having like 3 first rounders every year. So this is a little weird.
Yeah, Dr. Dre,
you only get 3
Dr. Dre had to live that one up. Boy, she wanted to really live the lifestyle. By the way, I bet the Michigan State running back is in that list of yours, right?
Well, he's not at the Senior Bowl, unfortunately.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
unfortunately, most of the top receivers and running backs are not there, and it looks as though a Penn State receiver, who Jahan Dotson, I believe, withdrew. You know how that happens. Sometimes these guys pull out close to the game, and that's unfortunate because that's a guy that's definitely on the Dolphins' radar.
And I bet All Stars has him as a client too, because they somehow land all the damn Penn State players. Yeah, all those guys. All right, man. Good stuff as always. Follow him on Twitter at Shad Joe. Joe, appreciate you, my brother.
Thank you.
You got it. There you go. Joe Shad and our AmericanDreamLending.com Miami Dolphins report.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
All righty. We back. There you go. FLPDjobs.com, folks. They're hiring. Fort Lauderdale Police Department right there. FLPDjobs.com. If you're watching us in New York, you're watching us in Chicago, you're out west, working in Washington or in Portland or in California where they got crappy-ass leadership and they're mistreating you, you come down here to the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, baby. FLPDjobs.com. They're hiring certified and uncertified police officers. So reach out to them. FLPDjobs.com. All right. Let's see. What else do we have on the show to talk about here on the program? A nice job by the Panthers last night, 5-3. Man, they're 29-9-5. That's just amazing. Tops there in the conference. Tonight, Knicks and Heat. Knicks fans, I guess, not as cocky as they were last year. Typical of the Knicks fans. Tyler Hero has cleared protocol, so he is expected to play today. And I was talking with the guys about this and how things have, developed as the season's gone on. It's a really good team. Then we find out they've got some sick-ass depth because they have found 4 young guys that can really contribute and help out in many different ways in Yurtseven, Vincent, Strus, and Martin, right? Which makes it amazing. And then you think about this. Oladipo is sitting there. And I know that he has an issue staying healthy, although seems like he's been able to stay healthy throughout this run of rehab, and he's practicing and all that. The other day, they showed film of him running around and shooting all that good stuff. And I want you to remember this because this team just gets better as the year goes on, right? They started as a team that was going to be pretty good, and hey, all right, they can get into the playoffs, be in the middle of the pack, maybe a 2 seed, 3 seed, 4 seed, something like that. Now you're talking about this could be a 1 seed. They could beat the Brooklyn Nets. They're deeper than the Brooklyn Nets. I know the Brooklyn Nets have 3 stars, but they're not half as deep as Miami. And Miami can come at them at different waves. And when Brooklyn has to have their second unit on the floor, Miami's going to just tear them apart like they're going to tear apart most teams' second units because their second units are better. Well, now I'm thinking you could go challenge for the NBA title now. And if somehow or another this trajectory continues with Oladipo and he has no setbacks, which is already a positive, that you're rehabbing his body, you're working on it, you're working him out, you're working him through all of this, and you're keeping him healthy in the process. Remember and never forget this. All the players that come through this franchise play their best basketball of their careers. And it doesn't matter if you're LeBron James, you're Isaac Austin, or you're Max Strus, or you're even deadbeat Hassan Whiteside. You will play your best basketball you've ever played in your career. Oladipo's been a damn good player in this league, even an all-star. The potential is there. If he's healthy and he's young enough, he could play his best basketball ever of his career right here for the Miami Heat. So not only could you get Oladipo back, but you might get Oladipo playing at an incredibly high level. Now, all of a sudden, you've added yourself another star to this team. Man, things can get really, really funny here for Heat fans. I don't know. I don't know how you aren't excited about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I am. I'm as excited as hell about this whole thing. Yes, Sean, what do you got for us?
Did you see the back and forth between Dwayne Wade and Shaq?
No, what happened? What happened? What do we know? Can you play it? Or are they going to ding us? Huh? Heat top-notch organization. Yes, they are, Rhinos. Yes, they are. I guess he's going to play it for us. All right, let's see. Okay. Here we go.
It was a good game, but you can't judge either of these teams because they're not at full strength. Now, when you talk about Brooklyn, especially at the beginning of the year, they had their big 3, and you only got one guy out there. And, same thing with LA, got all these players, and, AD's just now coming back. But
wait, Shaq, but what does that mean? We can't judge them because they're not at full strength. Like the Miami Heat ain't been at full strength all year.
And they're first place in the East.
So what does that mean?
It's not my saying, sir. I'm just repeating what, what all the other
you just saying what the people
what
the people are saying.
Okay, so Shaq's full of shit. All right. So nice job, Dwayne. There we go. Put Shaq right on the spot. Yeah, what do you mean, you big goofball? The Heat's not at full strength and they're kicking everybody's ass. So yeah, that's exactly it. Way to go, Dwayne. Love it. He crushed them right on the air. That was beautiful. Whoa, that's what the people say. No, that's what you're saying. That's what you're mumbling. The big mumbler just for saying it. Oh, that's what people say. No, that's what you mumbling. Jose Lucas. Raw should handle the keys to Pat Riley. Yeah, probably. Pat Riley. Who could argue that Pat Riley would do a better job than everybody else has done for the Miami Dolphins? I mean, it's hard to argue that one, man. It really is. Polygon already up to $1.75. Polygon has been ready to just explode every time there's been volatility. The first coin to explode is Polygon, always. The last couple of months, it's been like that, and it's just going to take off. Great opportunity on this last dip for any of you out there to take advantage of it. Carlos Arbeto says, Big O, what are your thoughts about Clemens, Schilling, and Bonds missing the Hall of Fame in their last year of eligibility? All right, well, let me address that. I do have this here. David Ortiz, who, by the way, was also busted for PEDs, is the guy that has gotten into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Bonds, Clemens are out. Sosa, Schilling, all these kind of guys did not get in. Personally, for me, my brother, I have no problem with it. They're cheaters. So if they don't make it, I don't care. I'm not going to lose any sleep that Barry Bonds. Look, Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer. He didn't need to shoot himself up with the cream or the clear or whatever the hell he was using, where his head got like this size and his arms and, I mean, it's just ridiculous. That guy was a Hall of Famer. He just wasn't a big-time home run hitter. But because chicks dig the long ball and all that crap, he shot himself up and he wanted to become a big-time home run hitter, and that's exactly what he became. He didn't need it. So whether it's him or Clemens or any of these other guys and they don't get in, McGuire, I'm glad. Goody for their ass. Sorry. What do you want me to do? You want me to have sympathy for people that are cheating? You got busted. And I know they're not the only ones that have cheated, but you got busted. So if you got busted, too bad. That's it. I have no sympathy for those guys at all. And I don't care. Because Greg Maddux did it the right way, and he wasn't taking anything. He had to pitch at 85 miles an hour. And he was going up against all these juiced dudes. But he had location. And when you got location in baseball, oh, baby, you're going to be a fantastic pitcher. When you can paint whatever corner you want, like a Picasso, like that guy, it's over. And it shows you. So while I don't admire what some of those guys did, it makes me admire the people like Greg Maddux even more that they did it during that era. So you're not going to get any kind of sympathy from me for those guys. I hope they never make it into the Baseball Hall of Fame. You know what I need? I need for baseball to resolve their issues, and I need the Marlins to become a really good team. That's what I need. That's my team. So I'm hoping that they want to spend some money, and they got some young players, man. I'd love to see the Marlins matter. Okay. Speaking of baseball. Let's see. Bonds was rotted inside and out as a person. Yeah, he was in a good. I covered. I lived in San Francisco for a short time, and so I got to see it firsthand. I lived in San Francisco when the Bash brothers were together in Oakland on one side, and Bonds was on the other. So it was actually a pretty cool time to be there in the Bay Area. Barry used to sleep during pregame. So you'd walk into the locker room and you could talk to most of the players. Barry, you could never talk to because he was sleeping in the training room. That was his routine. And I know Canseco, it's weird, right? Because Canseco is not liked, right? Not even by his own people. Cuban people aren't really fans. Once he became una chiva, that like, listen, like Bonds is forgiven in San Francisco. I think Canseco might have been forgiven a little bit for the juicing also by the Cuban community. But I can tell you that when he wrote that book and ratted on all the people, that's when the Cuban community really revolted on it. Because the whole Bonds thing in San Francisco, or Cubans for Canseco, or whatever, any nationality that goes with any other player that's cheated, you probably go, well, others cheated. We love you anyway, whatever, that kind of stuff. But once you're a rat, oh, dude, forget it, bro. Forget it. Cubans will not accept you. And so Canseco is one of those guys that, he gets what he deserves. It's weird. I actually can't complain personally about Canseco. When I lived in San Fran, he was actually cool to me. I actually interviewed him a couple times there in Oakland. And then here in Miami, I used to do a Spanish sports talk show in TV called Perfil Deportivo, sports profiles, basically, in Spanish. And I was able to interview Canseco a couple of times, and he was very cool to me. Once he was with the Blue Jays, I believe, and the other, God, I forgot now. Maybe both was the Blue Jays. Forgot, but either way, he was cool, and he was nice to me. So I personally can't complain about the guy, but I know that he is not viewed. Chiva is not something that you want to be in the Hispanic community. That's just that's something that's just not acceptable. And Chiva is a rat, a stool pigeon, whatever other adjective you want to use to describe somebody that is, that. Were you a fan of Hanley Ramirez? Oh, yeah, I'd like to watch the player, but I knew he was a lazy guy. Speaking of work ethic, when people are talking about those kind of things. Let's see. Are you Cuban, Big O? Well, my parents are Cuban. I mean, I'm born in Belgrade, Florida. So really, I had this discussion with a friend of mine that he was born here and his parents are from another country also, like me. And he claims a specific country. And I said, you really aren't. You know that, right? Just like I'm really not Cuban, right? Because we're born here. So we're American. We're really not Cuban. We have Cuban parents. But, if your parents are Irish and you were born in New York or in Miami, you're American. You're not, you have Irish descent. But you're really not Irish because you got to be born in Ireland to be Irish. You got to be Cuban to be born. I mean, you got to be in Cuba to be born. To be a Cuban, you got to be born in Cuba. And so on and so forth. I mean, officially, wouldn't you look at it that way? Isn't it that the way you're supposed to look at it? So your parents are Italian, but you were born here. You weren't born in Sicily, right? So you're not really Italian. You have Italian descent, but you're not Italian, right? Is that the and Rhino goes, Miami is Cuba. But you live the Cuban culture, no? I live all. I live everything, my brother. I live all cultures because I live in South Florida. So if I'm in a restaurant Argentino, I'm not doing something Cuban, right? So if I'm in Little Jamaica, I'm not doing something Cuban. If I'm in Little Haiti, I'm not doing something Cuban. You know what I mean? So being in Miami, you kind of got to accept all the cultures. Yeah. Do I live it like by smoking a cigar, playing some dominoes, drinking some Cuban coffee, and talking some Spanish? Yeah. But technically, the reality is I'm not Cuban. I'm really American. Right? I mean, that's just kind of the way it is. You can claim your parents' heritage, but it doesn't make you that because it's where you were born. I mean, at least that's the way I would look at it. Pablo says Hialeah is Little Cuba. I was born in Belgrade, Florida. Far away from Hialeah and Little Havana, all right? There were a bunch of Cubans in the 60s over in Belgrade because they were all cutting sugar cane because that's where they could get work. That's why my dad was there. Big O, did you know Joaquin Phoenix is Puerto Rican? Was he born in Puerto Rico? I'm not sure. I didn't know that, by the way. Chiva is black tar in Mexican Spanish. Wow, did not know that. But you know how it is in Spanish. One word means something different in 8 different Spanish countries. It's the weirdest thing. It might be something complimentary in one country, and it's something completely insulting in another country. It's the weirdest thing. Amen, Big O. I'm American. I mean, that's kind of what it is, right? I mean, that's just what it is. Vaughn 94 says Muck City. You know it, baby. You know it.
Joaquin Phoenix was born in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Okay, so then, yeah, he is officially Puerto Riqueño. Es Portorro. So Joaquin Phoenix es Portorro. Does he speak Spanish? That's the question. Does Joaquin Phoenix speak Spanish, or is he a Tampa Hispanic? Some people in Tampa are going, huh? What's he mean by that? People around going, what's Tampa Hispanic? A lot of Cubans, right? When they came to this country, a lot of them went over to Tampa, and that's where Ybor City and all that, where you have the Cuban rolling cigars, all that. That's kind of where it came. That's what it came from all the Cubans that migrated over to the west coast of Florida. And so because they were there for so long, when their kids were born here, not Cuba, and they were Americans, they were walking around with Martinez and Rodriguez and didn't learn one lick of Spanish. We had, remember Bob Martinez, the mayor? That guy didn't speak a lick of, the governor, that guy didn't speak a lick of Spanish. He was a Tampa Hispanic. Tampa is beautiful. Tampa sucks. One right after the other. And then Miami is way better.
Completely bilingual.
What's that?
Joaquin Phoenix, completely bilingual in English and Spanish.
Nice. Okay. I've never heard him speak Spanish. So yeah.
I am going off internet facts, so
Yeah, you never know. I had Anthony Munoz on once. I was trying to get him on. I was doing a nationally syndicated Spanish sports talk show. And so I wanted to get Munoz on, and he wasn't comfortable speaking in Spanish. Because he wasn't born in Mexico. He has Mexican background, but he was born here, I guess. Or maybe he came really young and just was Americanized. Something like that. But he was not comfortable enough to go do an interview in Spanish. He could only say a few words. I think he's gotten better now. I think he's practiced more. I know he's trying to do those Modelo commercials, right? Or is it Modelo, right? The one with is it Modelo? I don't know why I'm thinking it might be another beer that has those commercials. But I know he was in one of them there. So I don't know if he's practiced his Spanish and he's gotten better. But like 25 years ago, I tried to get him on a Spanish sports talk show, and he was like, no, I can't do it. I'm not comfortable with my Spanish. Jeff Fernandez says, I think it's about pride, Big O. My dad was Cuban and my mother was American. I embraced that part of me. But you were born here, right? So I'm saying that's what I was discussing with my friend. I said, dude, I get it, bro. You know, both your parents are from whatever, Mexico. But if you weren't born in Mexico, you were born here, you're American. Oh, no, I look at myself as Mexican. Okay, you can look at yourself if you want as Mexican, but you were born in Coral Springs, Florida, bro. Okay, so you're a Floridian. You are an American. You're born here. Okay, that's kind of the way it goes. Look at your passport. Look at your birth certificate. Okay, that's what it is. Your parents could be from wherever. They both could be from Poland. But if you're born in, Marietta, Georgia, you're an American, bro. Doesn't matter. You guys are arguing nationality versus ethnicity. Nationality is where you were born. Ethnicity is who you are. Yeah, that's a good point. But your nationality, it's where you were born, right? So, yeah. But very, very, very valid point, Crypto Doll fan. Carlos says, also, Cuban and I completely agree with you. It's not fashionable to be the child of an immigrant and say you are American. When I tell people I'm American first, they look at me like I have 3 heads. Well, why? Because you're not blonde hair, blue eyes, right? Big O, you don't have an issue with Bagwell and Piazza being named as steroid users in the Mitchell report and still getting voted into the Hall. Bonds and Clemens are out. Did I say anything about Bagwell and Piazza? And I was happy that they got in? I don't know. Did you want to rewind that conversation, or was I just asked about those guys? So you're now including those guys and saying I said it. See, that's the problem in this world. Now Andy Rivas then goes tell his friend, oh yeah, no. Yeah, he has it against Bonds and Clemens not getting in, but he doesn't care about Bagwell and Piazza. When I was never asked about Bagwell or Piazza or any other steroid user that got in. I was asked about a couple of other guys. And here goes Andy Rivas throwing everything else in that I didn't say. This is this world right here. Then he tells somebody else and tells somebody else, and then it becomes facts for them. And then Andy sees me at some bar that I'm doing a show 3 years from now. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, dude. Yeah, but I got to disagree with you. You thought Bagwell and who was the other guy? Bagwell and Piazza deserve to get in and not Bonds. And it's like, yo, I never said that. That's this world right here. That's it right there. The Andy Rivas of the world F up the entire planet by playing telephone. You can't compete with that stuff, dude. The Andy Rivases of the world are a Facebook fact. So, I don't get that one. Anyway, how about the white woman who had the twins with a black man, one child white, one child black? I don't understand. What does that have to do with anything? That's not nationality. Let's see. YouTube, Joaquin Phoenix speaking Spanish. He's not bad at all, but you can tell he doesn't speak it every day. Well, at least he tries. That's good. So he's probably one of those guys that was born in Puerto Rico and then left early, probably at a young age, came to the States to make a better living, I would imagine. Although there's a lot of Americans moving to Puerto Rico now because they've got all these kind of laws where what's it called for capital gains and stuff, you don't get taxed. Puerto Ricans are freaking out with that because they get taxed for capital gains. So there's issues with the government because the government did it so they can lure more people, not just Americans, but other people around the world to kind of lift the island up a little bit more and bring more money in and opportunities and things like that. And so it's kind of created an imbalance because the Puerto Rican people are getting taxed for something that you're luring other people to the island and they don't get taxed. So it's kind of an issue there. Not that anybody cares, but anyway. Hi, my name is Slim. You guys put these things together and I've got to decipher it. I am more than what this piece of paper says that I am. I am what I say I am, and that's much more than the law of the land. It's what makes me happy and proud of who I am, the gender narrative. Oh, okay. So I guess you can use it for your cultural narrative. So if you feel you're Irish because your parents are Irish or Cuban because your parents are Cuban, that's the way you're going to carry yourself. Okay. Can't argue with that. That's what you feel. Logan Paul moved there for taxes. Logan Paul moved to Puerto Rico? Wow. I mean, I don't keep up with Logan Paul that much to know that, but okay, now I get it. And that dude makes money, bro. With YouTube and all that stuff, that guy kills it. Okay, interesting. Big O, what about Pete Rose? Do you think he should go into the Hall? I know he gambled and needed help, but he was Mr. Baseball back in the day. I actually don't have a problem putting in Pete into the Hall of Fame because Pete didn't cheat as a player. Pete played the game the right way, and he made it into the Hall as a player. What I would do with Pete is I would ban him from baseball because he bet as a manager. So I'd put him in the Hall of Fame as a player, but he cannot be a part of any team, can't be an owner, can't be a co-owner, can't be a manager, can't be a general manager, can't be anything inside of baseball because he gambled. But I believe Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame because he didn't cheat, dude. He earned his 4,400, whatever hits it was, sick amount number that we'll probably never, ever see broken again. He earned that right to be in the Hall of Fame. He lost the right to be associated with baseball. But he should not have lost his right to get into the Hall of Fame. That's what I believe. Okay, that's how I would handle it. Now, he also, listen, I know he's a first-class jerk and all that stuff, and he's not a really nice guy and all that, but he earned it as a player. And the worst thing, listen, you are going to make mistakes. I'm going to make a ton of mistakes. But the best part about all of us making mistakes, because we're human, okay? None of us are perfect. Emotions are going to get the best of us. We're going to make decisions sometimes that aren't the best decisions in the world. We make mistakes, but we have to address our mistakes. We have to face our mistakes. We have to admit our mistakes so we can learn from them and move on. That's how we become better people. The fact that he lied for 20 years, dude, that's the part that becomes disturbing. And that's the part that pisses baseball off. And obviously the commissioner Giamatti back in those days and everything that went on. So I understand that. If Pete would have just had his mea culpa 25, 30 years ago and you know, bawled out in front of everybody and said, yeah, man, I'm embarrassed. I bet on baseball. I didn't mean to do it. He would have been forgiven, dude. That guy was so beloved by the way he played the game. Because every father sat next to their child and said, you want to play baseball? Watch that guy. That's how you play the game. And he's right. Any father that told you that, they were right, because that's how you play the game. The worst thing he did was just continue the damn lie. You can't do that, man. You made a mistake. You screwed up. Admit to it. Ask for forgiveness. Do your best to try to make sure it never happens again. Show contrition. Show that it bothers you. That you made a mistake. Because those of us that actually care about getting better, it pains us to make a mistake. That's the way it should be. That it hurts us that way because we want to be better. And that's the problem with Pete Rose. So, but I have no problem as a player putting him in. I don't. Seeing as a Major League Baseball is entertainment, Rose should be paid a small fine and move on with his life. Well, he's paid the fine. He doesn't need to pay any more money, Bruce. He's paid the fine already, dude, for decades now. He's been vilified. He's been ostracized. He's been booted. He's been banned. He's been everything. So he's lived a personal hell. Those of you never go to Vegas. But if you ever go to Vegas, go to the Caesars Mall. And it is where the Caesars Hotel is. There's a mall that extends to it. By the way, second floor, there's a sushi restaurant. Phenomenal. Great view of the strip at night with Paris and everything all lit up and everything. Great. I forgot the name of that sushi in the sushi restaurant on the second floor, but it's awesome. Anyway, when you walk the mall and you end at the mall, one end of it, there's the escalator to go up to the second floor for the extension where that restaurant is. But before the escalator, there are two things. Okay? One is a cigar bar on the left, and to the right, there's a sports memorabilia shop. You will find Pete Rose there a couple of times a week, signing autographs for money. It's sad. When you walk by and you see it, just watching it from afar for a moment, it's sad. So he's lived a personal hell for a long time. He paid that price. Just, you'll see if you ever get the chance. Not a bad cigar bar, by the way. What else do we have there? UK Dolphin fan since 81. Is it wrong not to be excited about who the next coach will be? Come to the conclusion. Let's see how it pans out. Love the Dolphins. Looking forward to at least one great day. Michael, who can blame you, my brother? We've been at this for a long time. We're all waiting for it to get fixed. It never gets fixed. So that you lack enthusiasm and excitement, I understand. It's change after change after change. It's Cameron, it's Philbin, it's Gase, it's Sperano, it's Flo. You run out of, enthusiasm. Your gas tank is done. So really the only way you should get enthused is because somebody actually starts to do it on the field and gets it done. So I can't blame you at all for feeling that way. I think it's only normal that you feel that way, my man. You can't sit there and go, oh my God, we got a coach. I feel so good. We're going to win a title. No, it's all wait and see now. And that's kind of what I told you earlier. I said, I'm not going to get into this negative zone, but I'm also not going to be celebrating or anything like that. It's more of a wait and see. Let's see who the coach is. Let's see who the staff is. Let's see what decisions are made in the offseason. Do they fix the line? Do they have an offensive line coach? Do they have a coordinator? All of these things are the things that we've got to kind of weigh. Let me see what's going on in the market. See where Bitcoin is at. I haven't heard anything yet if the Feds are going to raise the rates. Obviously, because I'm doing this show, so I can't keep up with anything here overall. But I know it's not something you were looking for, Sean, but if you see anything there on the Feds talking, tell me. I need to know, because if they're going to raise the rates, there might be a little bit of a dip again. And if they say things are great, it's going to skyrocket. Here's what's going to end up happening. Gala is up 16.5%, man. That's amazing. Gala is running. Gala's a good one, too. All right, what else do we have? Big O, when's the first Heat watch party? We are discussing those kind of things. We will tell you soon about Heat watch parties at Sports Grill. Give me some time here, but we will definitely work on it.
Announcement is scheduled for 2 p.m.
Oh, really? Nice. Okay. All right. Jonathan Jensen said 2:30. Okay. All right. Now, is it wrong for me to kind of be hoping for a little negative news? Hoping that the that the market dips a little bit so I can take advantage again. I'm bad, man. I swear. It's just some people were freaking out. I was welcoming the dip. I'm like, no, dude, I want the dip. I want to take advantage of some of these things early because I know, 95% of the world knows nothing about this. They're not on top of it. It's only a few of us that are going to take advantage of this. And in 2 years, we'll be laughing. And then the rest of the world will catch up and go, oh my God, let me learn more about this crypto stuff. And, those of us that stayed strong and all that, we'll be fine. Let's see. Big O, do you remember the Finns Jets game with no announcers? Yes, I do remember. Yeah. That was boring. Raising the rates is not negative considering the inflation we have been dealing with. I didn't say it was negative. They have to raise it, Carlos. They have to raise it so they can try to avoid inflation being as bad as it is. I totally understand what you're saying. But if they raise the rates, people panic and they sell off. Stocks, coins, whatever. Tech stocks took an enormous because they're anticipating what's coming today. So in a selfish way, Carlos, if they announce it, it's good for the economy in the long run. You're 1,000% right, my man. But in the short term, there'll be a little bit of a dip. And that's all I'm saying. Just want to take advantage of it. That's it. And if they raise the rates, watch. See if there's a dip. And then you'll see what I'm talking about. And it'll recover right back after, but it might be that might be the final correction. That might be the correction that takes it down to 30 that people were talking about. We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen at 2:30 or 2 o'clock, whatever it is. We will find out. I am watching for the dip too, says Carlos. Okay, so see, you know what I'm talking about. Big O, I need a blind-ass fan alert to make up for our Finns' misery. All right, Sean, you know what to do. They want a blind-ass fan alert. Give them a blind-ass fan alert.
Blind-ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind-ass fan coming through.
Paul Cupertino, or Coppertino, says, if the Finns win the Super Bowl, I will sit in front of my TV and cry, releasing decades of humiliation. Yeah, I think I will too, Paul. Although I'll be crying at wherever the Super Bowl is because I'll be there. I don't care what city it is. Whenever the Dolphins make it to the Super Bowl, I will be at that game. There's no doubt in my mind I will be at that game. And if they win, I will be crying in happiness that they won. But yes, it'll be fun. Sebastian Alvarez says, let me paint Dolphin fans a picture on why Tua could still be great. Tannehill behind our bad O-line, 40-plus sacks, multiple years. Tua, one of the lowest sack rates in the NFL with one of the worst lines ever. That's right. And give him what Tannehill has in Tennessee, and he's advancing in the playoffs. I truly believe that. Hit the like button, folks. Don't forget to smash the hell out of that like button. Thank you all for getting us to 10,000 subscribers. We are moving on. Let's go, baby. 11, 12, 13,000, 15,000, 20,000. Let's go. Let's build it up. I'm dying to tell you guys what we're working on, but it hasn't been finalized yet. I mean, it's pretty close, but, got to wait. Next week, Marcel Jacques-Louis will be joining the family. So we will have 5 Dolphin insiders along with yours truly on a weekly basis. So you are going to get Dolphin insiders every day here on the program. All right? No show can do that. No show has that capability. And we're increasing our Heat coverage. We're increasing our Canes coverage. All of that is also The family is growing big time. Okay. Where is Flomar? Flomar will be back on Friday. Know your schedule. Monday and Friday for Flomar. Let's see. New sponsor, Big O. Wow, keep racking up the sponsorships. Edge Energy Drink is sponsoring Marcel Jacques-Louis reports twice a week. Edge Energy Drink is going to become a big sponsor of our show. We've got the link down there so you can get your Edge Energy Drink. You can only get it, by the way, online, Edge Energy Drink. All right? So check it out right there. Living on the edge, baby. Little edge. You want the edge? Right there. You want a little pick me up? In fact, you know what? I need some. I'm always locked and loaded with a little edge because I always need a little edge. You know what I'm saying? So I grab my can, drink my can. There it is. Ooh, there we go. Little edge for you. What I love about Edge, it's actually super smooth, dude. Like smooth. Had it with a little Tito's vodka the other day. John served me up some Tito's vodka with it. And I went and bought some vodka. Just so every once in a while I can have a little Edge and vodka. I didn't even taste the vodka. That's how smooth this thing is. So you can actually order it right there online. Little Edge energy drink. So if you want a little boost in your day, Lord knows I need it as much as I'm working. And by the way, we are in conversations about other things that we want to add to the program. So we're not done. I mean, there's all kinds of other elements. We will be a complete sports program like we normally are. We talk all sports, but I'm saying coverage-wise and all of that, we will be adding other elements to it at the same time. Darren Lee says, Big O and Sean, be nice to have an insider schedule since we have so many now. Darren, my brother, the schedule is there. It's on Twitter every day. You see it. Like, you know what I mean? But we do have a website. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten to the point yet where we're working on the website. You know what I'll do this week, Darren? I'll put out a insider's schedule. When I design the new one now, I will put it out for you guys too at the same time. So you guys will have the schedule out there. Okay? There you go. Maybe what we'll do is, and we'll create a billboard that we can flash here on the show. Maybe we'll do that. Let's see. What else do we have here? Don't forget, before Tua's injury, he was projected to be number 1 over Burrow. It's just, man, people, if they don't get the instant gratification, they forget you right away, man. In the past 10 years, the lowest ranked offensive line was 17th. The rest of the team, the run game 16th, defense 18th, QB 11th, according to PFF. That's what Cruz Ruiz says. Cruz, the only problem I have is that PFF, their stats are just, they really don't tell you the whole story, dude. So I don't know how accurate that stuff is. Big O at Sports Grill, try my brother Jack Cheese with special garlic chicken nachos. You will thank me later. You're going to love it. All right. You know what? Now you mentioned Sports Grill, I'm going to go this afternoon by Sports Grill, and I'm going to go get me the Parmesan sandwich. Because, man, that thing is good. And thank you, Alexa, because Alexa's the one that ordered it while in one of those Dolphin games. And I saw it, and then I ordered it, and I fell in love with it. It is delicious. And that bread they use, oh, man, that bread is really good, too. Big O, have you ever been to Fusakli's while in Mobile, Alabama? Good chicken. Yes, I have. It is on Airport Boulevard, right across from the mall. Okay, it's right in front of Burlington Coat Factory. Right? No, the Fusakli is on Airport Boulevard. It is actually a little bit down the mall. The one that I'm talking about is Cane's that is there. Cane's Chicken is the one in the mall. Foosackly is actually a couple of blocks before the mall, and it's actually, in other words, Foosackly is like 3 blocks away from, oh, God, this pizza place that I'm brain farting on that. I love the pizza. I love their pizza. Oh, damn it. They had one in Sunset, and they closed it down. It's, they have one over in, what's that called? Del Rey. Oh, damn it. What's the name of that pizza place? God, I can't believe I forgot the name of that pizza place. That is so damn good. But anyway, Foosackly is like 3 blocks away. That pizza place was there before it was here in Florida. And so I remember I used to talk about it, and then finally it came to Broward, and I was able to go to it. Let me see if any of you got it out there. Oh, damn it. What's the name of that damn pizza place that's in Del Rey? I can't believe I can't remember the damn place. But anyway, so yes, I've been to Foosackly. It's a good place. Solid. Can't complain. I like Foosackly. Nice little drive-through. Everyone should go watch the highlights on 2 of the last 2 seasons. If you don't think he's the guy, it will remind you how good he really is, and it will change your mind. I think those people are dead set already, dude. Yeah, their minds are just absolutely dead set. I don't think you'll. There you go. Thank you, South Florida Don. Mellow Mushroom. Damn it. Holy crap. Wow. Yes, Mellow Mushroom. It's Ruth Chris Steakhouse, Mellow Mushroom, and Foosackly. Fat people, no food. Don't argue with fat people about food. We know exactly all the places. We know where they're at, and we use them also as, places for destinations. Oh, you're going to the water park? Yeah. Listen, what you do is you make a left on Boston Market. You go down about a mile, and you'll see a Burger King. Hang a right, and 3 blocks down, there's a Denny's. It's right next to it. Point of reference. That's what fat people do. I'm just telling you. It's a law. It's the law of the land for us fat people. It's the things we do. Oh yeah, you want to go get that guayabera? No problem, dude. Listen, what you do is you go down to 8th Street and 37th, right? You hang a left. You're going to pass the Coretta on the right side. And then there's going to be a bakery on your left side. The next thing will be Versailles. Right after the Versailles, the store where the guayabera is right next to it. This is what we do. Big O, ever tried Mods, or is it Mods or Moods? Mods Pizza. Never tried Mods Pizza. Big O, is Sports Grill ribs on Flanagan's left? Oh, yeah, dude. The Sports Grill ribs are awesome. My wife eats those ribs all the time. And I know, hey, listen, I'm not here to slam anything. Flanagan's. No, they do a good job. They do a good job. But yes, I love the ribs at Sports Grill. Their ribs are underrated. Their sandwiches are underrated. I know, we all know their special grilled wings are just absolutely amazing. But they have a lot of really good food there at Sports Grill. Fat is dangerous in a world of COVID. Yes, it is, Mob Rules. That's why you need the vaccine. That's why you should actually get boosted, because if you do those things, there's a great chance that nothing will happen to you. You might have a little bit of cold, maybe a little backache, maybe sniffles, whatever, and it's gone. But you won't end up on a ventilator. That's the key. You don't want to hear the word ventilator. That's what scares the crap out of you. And by the way, apparently, Larry Bluestein, speaking of COVID, is doing better, which is good to hear. Thank the Lord. And if you made a donation, bless you, because that man deserves it. It's one of the best people you will ever meet. So I hope Larry Bluestein is in your prayers every single day. James Berry says, I just wanted to thank you for the great show, Big O. I've had a stroke and can't get out much, but your show keeps me informed on my phone. Canes, Heat, Panthers, and Marlins. I live in Ocala now. Thank you. Thank you, James. And I hope the Marlins and the Panthers can become a bigger part of the program because we welcome everything. Marlins, Panthers, Inter Miami, FIU, FAU, some of these things that don't get talked about enough. I know the Heat and the Dolphins and the Canes are going to get all the love. I get all of that, but we are open to all sports on this show. So I'm hoping that baseball fixes their issues, and the Panthers have a bunch of young guys. If they can get a couple of veterans, could be pretty fun, man. They got a hell of a pitching staff. 90 Miles from Cuba says, I'm a big fan of Doughboys on Pines and 17th. Great pizza. They have amazing wings. Never tried it, my man. Doughboys. Okay. I will remember that. If I ever am close by and say, all right, let me try it. Let's see. Dang, I did not know Mods was on the East. Cool. Well, there you go. Somebody got some information on Mods and happy. There you go, Barney. Dave Portnoy, one bite, everyone knows the rules. Big O, are we ever going to cover cricket on the show? Yeah, I'm going to call Tino Geddes, and he's going to break it down for me. By the way, just I will say this, and I know most of you will not be so excited about it, and I can understand. And I think most of us are going to be pretty nervous about the Inter Miami season coming up. But I will say this. I am intrigued about the new season coming up for Inter. Do you know why? There isn't that star quality that they were promising and hoping to have and all that stuff. But Chris Henderson knows talent. And what we have seen with the Heat, with Yurtseven and Vincent and Martin and Strus and all that, well, Inter Miami needs to take a page from the Miami Heat this year because of their salary issues and limitations. They aren't able to add the stars that they would like to add, right? And they are stuck with Higuain probably another year. So, and they were able to unload Pizarro and Matuidi, which is great. But this is one of those weird seasons with Inter Miami. It could end up becoming an exciting season because a couple of young guys shine when you didn't expect and help lead the team and maybe get them in the playoffs. They're not going to win the cup or anything, but that's what could happen. Also, what could happen is, well, it could be a disaster. And the young guys you have are too young or not good enough, and you do a lot of losing again, and that doesn't create a great atmosphere. I'm hoping for the first part, not the latter. I hope they find some gems in some of these young guys that they're signing. I hope they're able to entertain because, man, in the dead of summer, you're going to need something. And if they're not doing it, that's going to be a real shame. So this is one of those seasons that can go any way. You have no idea. None of us know. None of us know. And boy, this will put Neville in one hell of a position. It's be a hell of a test for him. And I think you're going to get a better feel for how good Neville can be right now because he's going to have to develop guys. And we're going to see if some of these young guys actually get better under his tutelage and his coaching staff. We're going to learn a lot about Phil Neville this year. He feels he has a team that's more along what he has. D Pizza in Hialeah is the best. That's actually a really good place. I've been to D Pizza. They do a good job. Big O, would you ever do a show at a theme park? Of course I would. I already have. You know how many times I've done a show at Epcot and Disney World? Not Disney World. I've done it at Epcot. I'm sorry. Epcot and Hollywood Studios or whatever the hell it's called now. It's not called Hollywood Studios, right? It's called something else. Whatever. You know what I mean. I've done shows in those two places. So I've done it at theme parks. Yeah, we're doing it anywhere, man. Doesn't matter. For sure. We can do a show anywhere. I cannot get excited about the Canes due to their crap play over the decade. There's no way I can ever begin to get on the effing Marlins. Sorry. I got to tell you something, Carlos. I'm excited about the Canes. Mario's a damn good coach, bro. He's going to make them better. They're going to play better. They're going to play fundamentally sound. Okay, does he win a title? That's really difficult. I hope he does. But they're going to be much better than the crap we have been watching for years. I don't know about you, dude, but I'm super excited about the Canes. I really am. I'm not putting the weight of the world on Mario this year or anything, but I am excited that the Canes are going to be a better team. They're going to start getting closer to the kind of Canes that we want them to be. So I disagree with you on that one. Yeah, I'm nervous about the Dolphins because I don't know what to expect with the coaching staff. They've got to hire the right coaching staff. That I understand. But on the Canes side, I got to tell you, man, Cristobal's got me pumped. I am super jacked for the season. Van Dyke, are you kidding me, dude? I can't wait to watch that kid play this season. Yeah, no. Van Dyke reminds me a lot of Joe Burrow. Right? Moxie, cocky, confident. That guy was talking smack before he even had success. And then he goes out and has success. So if you want me to get excited? Van Dyke alone gets me excited. The fact that he now has a head coach, holy crap. And everything I hear that they're doing, every time Manny comes on and tells us about the resources that they have now, oh, dude, I could not disagree with you. I understand your trepidations with the Marlins because they haven't spent money yet. I understand your trepidations with the Dolphins because they failed to find the right coach the first go around now, right? So you don't know if this front office can find the coach. So now the heat's on them. Trepidation understood. The Canes? Oh no, doggy. I am jacked about the Canes. Super jacked about the Canes. And the stuff that we're going to do here, we're going to take it to another level. Okay? We're going to give you the real coverage of the Canes. You're not going to get it anywhere else because obviously they're tied to the team and politics and all that crap. Here, you're going to get the real coverage. Rich L says, envy you guys in South Florida, live in Columbus, Ohio. It was 1 degree this morning, but I have nephews in Florida and see them once or twice a year. Well, Rich, come on down, baby. Move on down, too. Join us in the warmth. Barney O says, wait, does Highlight still exist? Yes, Miami Highlight. Yep. Let's see. Was I spitting? Did it come out when I was talking? Somebody says Big O spitting. I don't know what it says. Well, there's some, I don't know, some emojis there. I don't know what that means. I guess maybe a couple of shots came out. La Spada's hoagies are the best subs I've ever eaten. Oh God, they're so good. They are so good. Ross learned from his secret flight to court Harbaugh. His flight information is no longer available for public consumption. LOL. Remember that? Oh, spitting facts. Oh, okay. That's what you meant by? Okay. That's what that means. So that emoji means facts, JP? I did not know that. I did not know that we had a fax emoji. That's funny. Okay. I thought it was like I was spitting out something. Showing your age, Big O. Don't I do it every day? Don't I remind you every day? Right? Spitting in slang for speaking the truth. There you go. There is a whole emoji language. It is nuts. Really, I had no idea. You guys teach me something every day. It's pretty amazing. And I got to tell you, I tried Red Bull once. It sucked. Never tried it, and I wonder why people drink it. Like, and you know what? I assumed that all energy drinks were the same. Like, oh, okay, I get it. You drink it for the energy, not really because it tastes good. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. And so when I tried this, I was like, wait a minute, this actually tastes good. Oh, man. By the way, I don't want to get too much into free agency talk with the Dolphins. I'll talk a little bit about it here, but I don't want to get too much because there isn't much substance. But I do want to tell you that if the Dolphins are going to go in a direction, please do not trade for a wide receiver like a Calvin Ridley, who's not a free agent. You got to trade for him. And they'll probably tag him anyways and control him. What you want to do is draft a wide receiver. What you want to do is draft a running back. You don't want to trade for a running back. That if you trade for a running back, that means you're also giving him a contract. And what you want to do with a running back is draft him. And if you draft a really good one in the first round, let's say, you keep him for 5 years and you tag him a couple times, and then you probably let him go or trade him away. You probably shouldn't even give a second contract to a running back. If you get him in the second or third rounds, which I think that's what will happen this year, you're going to see them take a running back in the second or third rounds. If you get that, then you get him. And if he's really good, well, you draft him, you keep him, and then you tag him for a couple years, and then you move on. You don't even give a second contract. But what you don't want to do is give away your draft picks for players that you can get in the draft, and there are plenty of them. There's a pretty good receiving draft. There's a pretty good running back draft. You're going to be able to get a guy that you can use. The key in free agency will be on offensive line. It's a Ryan Jensen from Tampa Bay. If Tom Brady retires, does Tampa go into full rebuild mode at that point? I know that the head coach already said he's coming back. I don't think he wants to rebuild. But, I mean, if you lose Brady, you're practically rebuilding, really, seriously. Brandon Scherf is a guy from Washington that will be available as a guard. Laken Tomlinson from San Francisco. Connor Williams played left guard for Dallas. Perfect spot since Austin Jackson is just not good enough. Andrew Norwell with the Jags actually had a pretty decent year. You're not going to pay the kind of money for Norwell that you would for Scherf or Williams. He's a little bit of a notch under, but still a pretty good player overall. Teron Armstead, tackle, has had injury history, but a good player. Orlando Brown will not be able to be had by the Dolphins. Why? They just traded for him last offseason. So they traded for him because they're going to sign him to a long-term deal. They know it. So don't even bother with Orlando Jones. Eric Fisher would be the other guy to take a look at. Now, again, let's not get too hot and heavy on these names. Let's wait to see if any of them get re-signed or tagged. This is why I don't want to get too crazy in a free agency. But I just wanted to talk about a little bit philosophically of what I would like them to do. Go for guys that are available in certain areas. Draft guys in other areas instead of signing them in free agency because it's going to cost you more in the long run via trade or free agency. So the receiver and the running back is something that you work at in the draft and get them cheap for the first 4 to 5 years. Very, very important. Offensive line is where you're going to need to use some of that free agent money. You must have at least 2 veteran linemen added to this team. All right. Let's see what else do we have here on the show. What else do we have? Let me see. Want to make sure before I go, there are no Cash Apps or Venmo posted before we go. Okay. Appreciate all of you out there as always. Thank you all for tuning in. Please smash the like button. If you haven't smashed the like button, it is very, very important that you smash that like button, folks. We thank Joe Shad. We thank, of course, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro for joining us. We will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, we got a long day. Tomorrow, we are going to be at the weigh-ins. By the way, I still have 2 pairs of tickets. If you want to try to win a pair of tickets to go to the fights on Friday, this Friday night, in 2 days, at Hialeah Park. If you can't go, don't send in the text at 855-912-1056. Full name, email, and phone number, so that way they can verify. Your tickets will be at Will Call if you win. Okay, so send in a text. I will send you a text that says you win. And if you win, your tickets will be at Will Call. So you can just go drive down to Hialeah Park, go to the Will Call window, get your tickets, and make sure you come to the table where Sean and I are at and say hi to us. All right, appreciate it. So 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to win the tickets. We will see you tomorrow morning live from Hialeah Park, and we'll have some fun during the show and the weigh-ins at Hialeah Park. All right, you all be good out there. Much love. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel right here on the OK Coin Studios.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.